Well, hello. Is there anybody out there? I'm just kidding. Hi, everybody. It's Michelle Frost on my backup channel. I have 2 strikes on my channel, so I am in YouTube jail. So here I am with my guest Chuck Middleton and Dub Wilkinson. How are you guys?
Doing great here. Thank you.
Hey Dale, what's going on? Dale's a good brother. I've known him for a long time.
Yeah, he's already modded. I figured so.
Okay.
Yeah, I modded him earlier, but I think he popped in earlier, and there we go. I don't know if he's still right there,
I
but
only see 2 people in here.
yeah, it says 2 people watching. One of them would be me because I've got my phone up.
And
So
one would be me. So
I don't know if it counts. Well, I guess it would,
did you
but
try using your main channel through StreamYard?
I didn't. But I think I've tried before, and it said not to. I don't know. I just I just didn't try. Because what happens if I do go live and they see it and then they just take my whole channel down? I just don't want to risk it.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? I
Yeah.
mean, I'm on 2 strikes. I'm not on just one. I'm on two.
Oh wow.
So I can't upload for 2 weeks at all. And so yeah, because I got a strike. Gosh, what was it? I don't know. Maybe two months ago, maybe a month ago. I don't know. But isn't your first strike for 3 months? Second strike is for like 6 months. So I don't know. I don't know how.
No. The first strike's for 1 week. The second strike's for 2 weeks.
No, I meant not for uploading or going live. I mean for what
All them to fall off. I got you.
for the strike to fall off. Yes.
Got you. Okay.
So
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think the first strike is for 3 months, and then yada yada yada. I don't know. I
Yeah,
haven't
I
even
think
looked
so.
into it. I'm just all discouraged. But anyway, we're still waiting for people to come in. I've got six lurkers. Lurkers. Come on in, guys, if you're here. Hi, TIU. How are you? Anyway, um, hopefully later on, I think I mentioned to you earlier last week, not earlier, yeah, Chuck, that we were going to have, we do have Dub Wilkinson on the show if anybody wants to know. We just have the one avatar, um, but he's right here. I'm using his computer, or we're both using his computer, and we have only one computer. So say hello, Dub.
Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Yeah, I'm here. Just we're down to one computer now, so our computer problems get more difficult as we go.
But anyway, so hopefully later on in the show, we're going to have a special guest. His name is Yo Laserbeam. I have talked to him earlier in the week, and he sent me one of his videos that was on TIU's channel that he made for TIU's channel. But he sent it to me through email. I got it. Well, I actually got it today, but I think he sent it yesterday. So we will be playing that video. But I think Yo Laserbeam is going to come on here and discuss some serious matters with us that he knows of, and yeah. So
Cool.
anyway, so we're just gonna hopefully see him come in. He said he was going to be busy pretty good portion of the day today, so hopefully he can make it here soon enough. So you've had a busy week, Chuck.
Oh yeah. Just work and then have to move all weekend. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you have to do all that.
Well.
Such is life.
Yep, that's life in this crazy world. I was
But
going to ask you something. I can't remember now what I was going to ask.
I thought maybe we could go over. We could like look into some executive orders, maybe.
Yeah.
Um, I think those are important to look into. But we're just gonna wait for other people to show up if they do. Now I'm on my backup channel, so um,
I know what I was going to say. Did you see where I posted?
yes, I was
Okay.
hoping you would do a video because videos are a little bit more grabbing than any kind of post.
Yeah, I know. I had a house full of people like that
I
this
know
time. Yeah.
I know you were busy. So um, next time, if you're not so busy, which you probably will be busy, uh, but
Usually Sundays are good, but for the next couple weeks,
they're
it
not
might be
going
a
to
little
be.
hectic.
Yeah, they're going to
Yeah.
be crazy. Anyway, so let's see if anybody else. There she is. Hi, Cinda. How are you? Glad you could make it. How are you doing?
Hey, Cinda. TIU and Dale. I think Dale might have left.
Well, he came in early. He came in around 6:12, and we didn't start until after 6:30. So he probably came in and left.
He'll probably be back soon.
Hello, horse mom. Horse mom.
Hello, Horse Mom. Good to see you here. Always.
You're good this day. That's good. Good to hear. Very good. Very good. So, have you? Is there anything you want to talk about, Chuck? While we get people to come in, and or Dub, is there anything that you want to discuss that has
Whatever
happened
you
this
got.
past week?
Not in particular. I've been pretty much out of touch this week, I think, so I haven't kept track of things like I
So,
normally do.
so I do want to ask you, Chuck. I know you've heard it, and I've heard it a lot, and I just kind of want to get your take on it. Um, about September 24th, is that something that we should be looking into, or is it just another date?
They do this every year for the last 8 years that I can remember, with all the programming in the movies. 9/23. But who knows? I have no idea. If I had to guess, I'd probably say nothing. But
Okay,
you know,
because I've seen it on many channels about September 24th that people need to get ready. Of course, the guy in Germany, he was a congressman or something in Germany, that came up and said September 24th would be, actually, did you do a video on it?
I don't think I have.
No, okay. Well, that claimed the date September 24th, 2022, stating that it will be a day that everybody in this world will not forget.
I've never
So,
messed with dates before. I
right.
just,
No, so I was just wondering, wanted to get your opinion on that.
well, nothing's wrong with being prepared. Of course.
Cinda says, I have a catalog with a horse calendar, and the date is of 9/24.
Yeah, 9/23 is a big date too.
Yeah,
That's
they
bigger
said,
than 9/24, I
yeah,
think.
I've heard 23, 24, and 25, like those 3 days. Some people are saying, um, like I said, you know, I, you know, I've gone by dates a little bit here and there, but, you know, it's hard to tell. They do pick certain dates for certain things, but they've also claimed 9/24 for a long time, like you said. And have you ever seen anything come out of 9/24, Chuck,
No,
that you can
no.
remember?
I've never. I don't remember any date that any truther on any channel in the last 12 years that's no. I mean, nobody ever gets any dates right.
Right. So, just keep that in mind. September 24th could be a big day, or it could not. We don't know. Um, I mean, nobody knows really. Um, I've heard that the euro will is fallen completely, which would I don't know. In Europe, there's chaos. Stock market, all kinds of stuff is going crazy right now.
When I got into this, I don't know. I remember it was always about the dollar crashing, and they've been dragging it out for as long as I can remember. So
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I have no idea.
Yeah. I think if they're going to do something, they're not going to let that information out. I really don't.
No, you'll be able to find it after the fact. You
Well,
know what I
yeah.
mean?
I think after the fact, we'll find out.
Yeah. No, I mean you'll see it coded like 9/11 was in all those movies, Back
Yeah.
to the Future, and just a bunch of movies.
Yeah. Well, unlike most of us, we don't watch movies, so how are we going to know?
Right.
Kidding. I'm just saying. What do you think, Dub? Are you going to watch any movies to see if you can find any coding?
I'm not a movie watcher of coding or non-coding. Just never been a movie watcher.
But anyway, we're still waiting. We're up to 12. I'm surprised I'm up to 12, but I got, I've only got 2 in the chat as of right now. So, yeah, so that means we got 10 lurkers.
Come on down. Say hello.
12's pretty good for a backup channel,
Yeah, it's good.
Actually, it is. It's I've got 103 subs.
Got 105 now.
Oh, I have 105 now. Oh,
Mm.
well, that's good. Well, I had 103 subs before I came on, and 100 subs before you posted. So let's see. Horse Mom says, "Aren't they coding it now?"
Perilous Times. He just popped in right now. How you doing?
How you doing? Welcome, welcome.
I see the prep in your title. What have you heard about the 24th? I see that on a lot of prepper channels about the 24th.
Say that again. I'm sorry. I'm like looking at my phone because I'm trying to mod people now.
I was just saying his name is Perilous Times Prepper or Prep. A lot of the prepper channels are the ones that are putting out the 924 stuff.
Right.
That one guy, Alaskan Prepper, I'm sub to him, but I hardly ever watch it. But I saw he put something on there. Just lost all credibility with me. Talking about mining silver on asteroids in space.
What?
Yes, I saw that the other day.
Okay, so I just modded. Let me see if I can write in there and mod myself. I just now figured out how to mod people on my backup channel. I had to pull up my account off of my phone, and so I can do that. Let's see.
October 24 is the. I
Well,
have to check that out. I haven't.
yeah.
I'm going to his channel.
See if I got you modded, Chuck. Go ahead and chat. Put something in the chat.
Okay.
Horse Mom, if you're there, go ahead and see if you're modded. I think it's working. Yay.
There's Dale.
Yep, there's Dale. Welcome back, Dale. Yes, I agree,
Dale, what's
Dale.
up?
Some truther channels are very disappointing. I 100% agree with you. Hi,
There's Tony. Hey, Tony. What's going on, man? Good to see you here.
That means you know them.
Yeah, I know him.
Okay, so you're modded, Tony. Yeah, we're just waiting for some people to come in before we start the show. Just trying to. I'm on my backup channel because I'm currently on 2 strikes on my main channel. So, not that my main channel's really big. It's only 500 and something subs. But
Perilous Times, I just subbed your channel. I'll check that video out later.
But I am modding everybody so that I do tend to get some trolls in here. So I don't mod anybody I don't know, or that Chuck doesn't know, or that Dub doesn't know. Say hello, Dub. Some people. Dub is not going to have an avatar. We are sharing the same computer. Dub is my roommate, so and my best friend. So go ahead, Dub.
Hello, glad to see everybody here. Uh, and as Michelle said, we're sharing computers. We're running low on computers for right now.
We're getting very slim pickings.
Yeah.
Put it that way.
My backup backed out last week, so we're making do with what we have, but it's working fine.
And I have two laptops. One just completely went, and the other one is not strong enough to do StreamYard. So I found that out the hard way. So yes, we're down to one computer.
What do you want to start out with?
Well, I don't know. So we were talking about September 24th. If anybody has any more insight about it, that's in the chat. Go ahead and chat it out. Like I said, I don't know much about it. I do know like I said, I've been listening to different channels, and I have heard that date several times. Don't want to call out anything because I don't know anything. None of us do really. But
Put a link for what? Dale and Tony, what do you guys think? I know, Tony, you probably listen to some prepper channels. What have you heard about the 23rd or 24th?
he says, let me drop some. Okay, so if anybody wants to come on, you're more than welcome, Tony, to come on. Not Tony. Well, yeah, you too, Tony. Hold on. Tony was up here. Tony Forrester.
It's Nada.
Anybody's welcome to come on, but Perlia's times, you're more than happy to come on. Anybody that wants to come on and share what they know, he's all Melissa. Thanks, Tony. I'm just kidding. Oh, that's too funny. Yes, my name is Melissa.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that was good. Good comeback.
But yeah, I don't, a lot of the preppers out there, I think they're in it for the money. There's a big market. I mean, I got hooked with My Patriot Supply and Alex Jones back, I don't know, around 2012. All the storable food, which means storable food's good to have, but
right.
Man, it's like showed me the money when
Right.
you talk about that.
Well, let me tell you this. If you're anybody like me, I don't have any money for stores. I do have some stored food, but it's all cans and stuff.
Nothing wrong with that.
What I have. So I do have a little preparation. I don't have a heck of a lot, but it goes with how much money you have too. And hi, J Love, how are you? I'm glad you can make it. And even when I was working and had good jobs, I still couldn't afford like $1,000 for.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah,
it really is.
I mean,
yeah,
you have to have a really fat bank account to be able to do that. Hi, Tanya, how are you? Good to see you. Glad you guys can make it. Yeah. So, I just dropped the StreamYard link. If anybody wants to click on, tell your story, Captain Caveman.
Hey, Captain Caveman, what's up? He's got a good channel. If you want to check his channel out, he puts some good stuff out.
Well, I'm adding the moderators.
Or she. It's hard to say what the name. I guess he's a guy, but a lot of channels, it's like you don't know if it's a guy.
Are you a boy or a girl? We're assuming that you're a boy.
I always just call him Captain. I guess Captain or men or guys, right?
Caveman. He would say Captain
Male.
Woman.
He's a male.
He's a male.
Hey, well, there's 100 different genders out there. You never know.
I think I got everybody modded. So if you guys aren't modded, just scream at me. Like I said, I do tend to get trolls into for some reason in my lives I get trolls, and so I'm modding everybody I know and love, and anybody that Chuck knows, just so we can keep you guys have the wrench. So if somebody is disrespectful or is distracting or causing problems, you guys have the power. So
In the past, Tanya has talked about coming on the panel. And
yeah, Tanya, you you said you would come on. I did drop the StreamYard link. Hey, yo, there you are.
Hey, yo.
Good to see you.
hello, yo.
Got 18 in here now. That's good. And Smurf.
All right, so yeah, so Yo Laserbeam was going to come on the show, and he said he's going to let him get situated. He was going to be my special guest. I didn't want to name him just in case he didn't come on. But we were going to go over some things. He's going to give us some information, some things that are going to be happening on October 17th. He's very well versed in what he says. So
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. He was on here one time.
He's a very, very, very intelligent man, and I'm very happy to be able to have him on. So he's going to come in. I mean, I think we're all intelligent to a certain sense. You know what I mean? I'm not very book smart, but I'm not okay. I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'm awake.
She makes up for it in awareness, very much so.
I make up for it. Thanks, Sub.
Well, I
Hey,
wouldn't have said it. You did.
If I'm pretty sure it's okay with Michelle, but if any of you guys want to put a link to your video, I know Perilous Times had a video. If you want to share the link to the video on here, that'd be cool.
Or your channel link.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay, I'm confused. My channel link to what?
No, people in the chat
Channel.
channel.
Your folks,
Oh, yeah.
link.
Sorry. See, that's the ditzy part of me.
Are you blind, Michelle?
I'm gray. If that counts.
No, she isn't.
Captain, definitely. I noticed
if
that.
anybody wants to post their channel link in the chat, I would be more than happy to let you do that so we can expand our truther community so we can get out the truth as much as we can. It would not offend me whatsoever, and plus it'll give me more people to look into. My video on September 24th, 2024.
Hey, Michelle, keep going. I got a hair dryer in the background. I got to mute it, but when it gets stopped, I'll come back on. But I'm here. I'm just going to mute it.
Okay. Hold on a second. I just subbed to you, Tony. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Pls Times, I just subbed to you. Oh, we can go ahead and pull up. How long was it? It's a 23-minute video. Let me go in there and pull it up. And then I'll screen share this here. And I just subbed to you, Pls, just so you know. All right. So let me go back over here. I'm going to go ahead and screen share. And let's see what Pls Times prep. So I just subbed to you. So Everybody sub to him. Let's see what you got.
Something wicked this way comes. Something wicked this way comes. Something wicked this way comes.
Why is the city of Denver, Colorado, handing out free bug-out bags to citizens and telling them to prepare for some sort of disaster? So the day before 9/11, Fox 31 in Denver releases this strange and ominous article telling people to prepare for a major disaster. They're even giving away free bug-out bags filled with emergency supplies. But why? They say it's National Preparedness Month, and the quote, theme for National Preparedness Month is protecting your legacy. The life you've built is worth protecting. But that doesn't answer the question, why is Denver giving away free bug-out bags? You see, here's the thing about Denver and most of Colorado in general. There is little to no risk of natural disasters in Colorado and Denver. Also, Denver doesn't get major earthquakes, flooding, hurricanes, big tornadoes, or any other disaster for that matter. It's actually considered to be a safe zone by the elites. So why are they giving people free bug-out bags and telling them to prepare? So let's read the article and see exactly what it says. Quote, Denver Ready gives free bug-out bags away as part of National Preparedness Month by Nick Willis. An event being held from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday aims to get people ready to respond to emergencies as part of National Preparedness Month. The Denver Office of Emergency Management is hosting 2 events during September as part of a nationwide campaign that will provide free emergency bug-out bags to anyone in attendance. Those events fall under the Denver Ready Preparedness Program, which is part of the National Preparedness Month movement, the theme of which is protecting your legacy. The life you've built is worth protecting. The Denver Office of Emergency Management's events for September 10th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., and then September 24th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can register ahead of the September 24th event to ensure that you get your bag as supplies are limited. So they had 2 events, one on September 10th and the other is on September 24th. Now here's the thing that I find extremely interesting about the date September.
Before we proceed to the second interesting event that seems to indicate something is being worn for the end of September, please note the following clip has been debunked and was found to be a matter of the German representative misspeaking. I ask you to please withhold judgment of this matter until the end of the video. I suggest that this, an additional silent means of confirming October 24th as well. This is to ensure plausible deniability to the public. The reason for keeping it in this video will become clear by the end. Scripture tells us the children of this world are in their generation wiser, and the children of light and God's people are surely perishing for a lack of knowledge. Most Christians are incredibly ignorant of Satan's devices. The children of this world serve the little g God of this world, and they use signs and symbols to communicate to each other. I believe that is what we are seeing, and I am obligated to expose this darkness, lest your blood be on my hands.
There is this strange connection to this exact date, September 24th, 2022, and a warning given out by the government of Germany. Here, let me play the clip. It's in German, so I'll translate it for you.
Herren, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, dieser 24.
Dear
September
colleagues,
2022
this 24th of September,
wird uns
2022,
allen als ein Tag
will be a
im
day
Gedächtnis bleiben,
that remains in our
von
memories,
dem wir später
as a
mal
day
sagen
we
werden,
will say, I remember
Ich weiß noch
exactly
genau, wo
where
ich
I
war.
was. So this strange warning is given out in the German government telling people September 24th is going to be a very big day and you will remember exactly where you were. Sort of like 9/11, right? What are the odds that it coincides with this exact date that they're giving out free bug out bags? Is it just me, or does it seem like the stage is being set for some sort of major event?
National Preparedness Month, and Denver is now handing out free bug out bags to help you just in case you run into emergency. Lisa D'Souza live at that free event at the Montbello Rec Center. Lisa, all right, I asked you last time. I need to know the checklist of everything I got to put in my bug out bag.
We've got it all ready to go. Good morning, Ashley. So this event officially opens up here at the Montbello Rec Center at 10 o'clock this morning from 10 a.m. to 2. You can stop by and get a free bug out bag. Just like I said, this is all for National Preparedness Month. And this is all being put on by Denver Emergency Management. All right, so let's take a look at some of the items that you can get for free by coming by. You got batteries. Looks like we've got some matches, a can opener, toilet paper, paper towels, toilet paper, paper towels. We've got cotton balls, and then really everything you would need from a first aid kit as well. We've got hydrogen peroxide, Band-Aids, other first aid essentials, flashlights, really all sorts of things that you could potentially need in an emergency. So this is all part of a national campaign. If you can't make it out today, again, it's from 10 a.m. to 2 here at the Montbello Rec Center. But if you can't make it out today, there is another event happening on Saturday, September 24th. So 2 opportunities to get these free emergency preparedness bags. That is over at the College View Rec Center, also from 10 a.m. to 2. Now, if you want to be 100% sure you're going to be able to get a bag before they run out, you can also go online to reserve these bags at denver.org/Denver Ready. So really an important effort, especially when we're talking about severe weather, and really it helps you prepare for any sort of emergency situation. Having one of these bags ready to go, possibly in your car or by your front door, could really make a life-saving difference. For now, we're live at Montbello Rec Center. Lisa D'Souza, Daybreak on 2.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are going to go and get those bags, but for people who maybe can't make it out there, is there anything in there that's, too tough that you couldn't just put one of those together yourself?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you could easily put together yourself. I mean, if you got any extra cotton balls, paper towels, toilet paper, anything from a small emergency first aid kit would be good to put in a bag too. Just have it ready to go.
All right, sounds good, Lisa. Thanks.
Did you see that bug out bag? Please tell me I'm not the only one who noticed this. A bug out bag is supposed to be something that you can take if you have to flee your house. You can just pick up and leave and run away with it, and it will have every single thing you need for survival. That's a bug out bag. Now look at this thing that they're passing off as a bug out bag. It's not even close to a proper bag. There's no food, there's no water filtration, there's no clothing, there's nothing there for self-defense. All there is some cotton balls, paper towels and toilet paper, a tiny first aid kit, a cheap Walmart flashlight, and some crappy batteries that will probably last you 3 hours maximum, and some other random stuff. There's nothing in this bug out bag that would help you survive, in my opinion. Yeah, you can start a fire with your matches one time. What are you going to do with that when the world is collapsing around you? The fire is just going to be a signal for people. Hey, look at me. Come find me. Take my bug out bag. There's no food. There's no way for you to get food out of that bag. So they expect you to just run around with cotton balls and paper towels and toilet paper. Hey guys, I'm going to survive now. Doesn't make any sense at all. I think that this bag itself is nothing more than a false sense of security. I guess having this bag would be better than nothing. But
Last week, in one day, 41% of the physical gold bullion from the kilo vaults at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange were drained.
And it's been quite interesting seeing the gyrations in the market since we returned. And one of the things that I wanted to point out was that with the stumbling of the major stock markets, and I would like to get your feedback on this, that coming on the heels of, or in the context of that large $50 million gold and silver order that was taken by one of our brokers at Miles Franklin, that's been well publicized and talked about a lot, is we're starting to see, and I've heard this from other places as well, starting to see other large orders, maybe not that large, but much larger than typical orders in the past, coming out of the woodwork as people are taking seriously, having seen that major player make their move. Now it seems that other people of means, business owners and others, are considering it's time to make their move.
Last week, in one day, 41% of the physical gold bullion from the kilo vaults at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange were drained. 41% of all of the kilo bars that are held at the CME were drained. That works in one day. That works out to almost 175 million troy ounces. And what's most interesting about this withdrawal is that they weren't the typical 400-ounce London good delivery bars or the 100-ounce gold bars that the sovereigns would accumulate, that the central banks would accumulate, that even the commercial banks would accumulate. It's likely the smaller but incredibly wealthy sovereign wealth funds, family offices, private investors, the uber wealthy and the connected individuals that have suddenly decided to, once again, take massive position in physical gold. And you know, it's almost as if they know something's coming, because let's put this in perspective for a minute. The COMEX 50-day average rate of gold withdrawals just hit a new high of 131,293 ounces. And let's think about what this really means for a moment. On average, 131,293 ounces of gold, or roughly $233 million a day, have been withdrawn from the COMEX every day for the past 50 days. So, you know, you're talking 175 million ounces have been pulled off the COMEX in kilo bars. And I wonder, do these people know something is coming? I don't know. If you're talking the wealthiest private investors in the world are taking 175 million ounces off of COMEX, I would argue something wicked this way comes. Huge exchange for physical withdrawals on the London Metals Exchange. They're pulling out all of the stops to take physical possession. And so you're beginning to see this dichotomy, this fracturing of the system. And I think little by little, people are awakening to this. The people who are pulling the strings, the connected people, that's why they're massively taking withdrawals off the exchanges. That's the first salvo.
Pope Francis instructing Vatican entities to move all the funds to the Vatican Bank by September 30th. Now, of course, there's actually been a number of other things that have recently come out as well, seemingly pointing to the end of September, as if they're expecting something to happen that you and I don't know about. Could there be something on an economic, world level that may happen?
Something Wicked This Way Comes by Ray Bradbury. They sleep not except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness, and drink the wine of violence.
By the breaking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes.
But one strange, wild, dark, long year, Halloween came early. One year, Halloween came on October 24th, 3 hours after midnight.
As anguished shrieks rose up from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, the visitors' gallery was cleared. In less than 2 hours, nearly $10 billion invested in stocks was simply wiped out.
Did you know that the UN headquarters are located on the site of a former slaughterhouse? In 1946, John D. Rockefeller donated the area to the UN.
Dedicated by the President to the cause of lasting peace, a building whose cornerstone is laid by Secretary General Trygve Lie becomes a symbol of UNO's aims for the future.
Talk about something that happened in New York State either today or yesterday, and apparently there's a state of an emergency for polio. Every time, guys, there's a state of an emergency or any governor institutes or activates a state of emergency, that gives them more power to do what they wanted. So, of course, Kathy Hochul, the New York governor, enacts a state of an emergency for polio for one case in its entire state. Now, because they tested the wastewater, I did a video on that a couple of weeks ago. They tested wastewater and they saw polio in the wastewater, so they think that more people are going to come down with it, I guess. But being that you don't have any active cases, actually only have one active case, the only reason for a state of an emergency at this point is for power grabs. And that's so that you can institute whatever bullshit you want to institute, which I think is going to be more mandates on the polio vax. Now, yes, not everybody in New York State is vaxxed for that. So for them to do the emergency state of emergency is for that, and that's the only thing I can think of. You would have thought they would have did a state of emergency before monkeypox before polio. Now, granted, the monkeypox cases are coming down. You still have, I don't know, 1,000 times the case of monkeypox than you do polio. But instead, she's looking at polio and going, that's the one we're going to use to have more power grabs in this state. So, I mean, again, you have an outbreak of something, again, that's not that dangerous because it's not killing a lot of people, monkeypox. But nonetheless, you had an outbreak of it in the city, and everyone stayed quiet. You know, they gave us warnings. They were, coddling the LGBT community over this shit, and then it just died off. Then they introduced the arm ticket for that, for monkeypox, and then it died off. Now you have polio in one case, and now people are like, not people, but the governor upstate is like, oh my God, we have to do something. And that case happened like 2 months ago. So 2 months later, you do a state of an emergency? Power grab, guys. So now a lot of these Democratic governors or power-hungry governors, are probably going to start doing state of emergencies for different things now, because they got a taste of that power where they were like, whoa, I could do what? And not have to ask who? I'm in. Now we can state an emergency the shit out of everything, and we don't have to answer to anyone. Because that's pretty much what happens with a state of emergency when they enact that kind of a power and they give themselves that kind of a power. It also depends, guys, on what kind of state of emergency it is. It's going to dictate how much power they have. Now, obviously, during COVID, it was like an absolute because you saw what Cuomo did. Cuomo was like the iron fist. Hochul's trying to do the same thing, but she's using a lame ass excuse of a reason for a state of emergency. It's the same. All I know is I'm sitting here thinking, you got to be fucking kidding me. But like I said, it's a power grab. It has to be. There's no other reasons. Not for the safety of New Yorkers. There definitely isn't it. They don't give a fuck about New Yorkers. That's most likely it. But to make or use a lame excuse of polio, that's fucking crazy. You could have used anything else and people would have been like, okay, I see that. Polio, one case. Again, guys, we have way more problems here. We have an epidemic in this city called crime, or rather in the state, it's called crime, and it's kicking everybody's ass, and it's touching people in certain ways. Either people are directly affected by it because they're getting beat up, robbed, and raped in the street, or people getting carjacked. Like, we have bigger problems, and they're worried about polio. Power grab. They figured, well, we can't control crime, which they can.
Beware the autumn people. For some, autumn comes early, stays late through life, where October follows September and November touches October, and then instead of December and Christ's birth, there is no Bethlehem star, no rejoicing, but September comes again, and old October, and so on down the years, with no winter, spring, or revivifying summer. For these beings, fall is the ever-normal season, the only weather. There be no choice beyond. Where do they come from? The dust. Where do they go? The grave. Does blood stir their veins? No, the night wind. What ticks in their head? The worm. What speaks from their mouth? The toad. What sees from their eye? The snake. What hears with their ear? The abyss between the stars. They sift the human storm for souls, eat flesh of reason, fill tombs with sinners. They frenzy forth. In gusts they beetle scurry, creep, thread, filter, motion, make all moons sullen, and surely cloud all clear-run waters. The spider web hears them, trembles, breaks. Such are the autumn people. Beware of them.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. That was a good one. What do you think, Chuck?
Yeah, good one.
Yeah.
They're definitely putting it out there. You know what I mean?
Right. They are putting it out there. So I just kind of wanted to mention that and see what everybody thought about. They lie about everything, and I what my mind says is, I try to pay attention to that kind of stuff, but then yet I try to understand that I think if they're, I think they do it. They could be doing it for distraction for us types, too. I don't know.
Well, they got to have certain things in place, in my opinion, like the internet. You know how sometimes you'll hit dead zones or whatever. They got to get it running flawlessly before they can take control. And who knows what they're doing with the smart dust, you know, what they're putting in with certain jabs, with the whole graphene oxide they put out there. I mean, it's just so many things I believe that they have to kind of perfect before they hit the switch. You know what I mean? And I believe that it's going to, like they always like to say, the phoenix rising from the ashes. I believe that they're going to bring total chaos, and then they're going to have a false savior kind of come in to save everybody. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I think it's going to play out.
Right. Right. Yeah, I mean, we pretty much all know what's coming. I mean, it's definitely going to be coming. It's a matter of time when, so yeah, still waiting for Yo Laser Beam to come back on, see what he said he was going to come on the show, but he said that he had just gotten back and he needed a few.
What do you guys in the chat think about when they're going to bring it down? Like I said, and also I believe that the restrainer has to be removed, because I believe that God is restraining the evil to come. I mean, we haven't seen anything yet.
Right.
Yo's here. He said here.
Yep, I just posted the StreamYard. So I'm going to have a special guest tonight. His name is Yo Laser Beam. I know that you guys have seen him around. He's going to talk to us about some things that are targeted for October 17th. He did share a video with me on my email that I am going to show that he was the narrator. He made the video, so we are going to show that also. I do have that tabbed up.
Let's do it.
So we'll just wait for him to get into the chat. I thought maybe, you know, and just to ask some people, I don't know if anybody's looked into the executive orders, but I think it's something important that we do need to look into. I'm not a great reader at all, so I need someone that's on the panel that can read good, and maybe could explain some stuff on the executive orders, because you know that they, what's the phrase for it, Dub? They always...
The wording is...
They double speak it?
Yes, double speak it. Lawyers speak it.
Yeah, and for us not to be able to really comprehend what they're telling us, actually.
Yeah, very difficult in some of them to understand exactly what they're about and what changes that they may create from them.
And anybody's welcome to come on here. I did drop the StreamYard link. If you guys want to click on that, Tanya, you are more than welcome to test it out. We've been wanting you to come on for a few weeks now, so if you're willing and ready and able, that would be great.
Put on your big girl pants and come on.
That's right. But yeah, anybody that wants to join, like I said, I hold a platform, and what I do have I have two strikes on my main channel that are pending, and I just got one a couple days ago. Hi, Yo Laser Beam, welcome to the show.
Hey, Yo, what's going on, buddy?
He's muted. Oh, there he is.
Hey, how you doing, Michelle? Hey, how you doing, Chuck?
Hey.
Oh, Yo.
Hey, Dub.
You, man.
Yeah, sorry I was a little bit late here. I was booked all afternoon and just managed to get in here on time. Hopefully, on Sundays, it's just so hard for me to make your awesome shows.
Well, I appreciate you being here. I didn't know how early you'd be able to make it, but I did put you that I was going to have a special guest, and I did want to put your name just in case you couldn't make it, because I know how you are. I know you're a busy man. But
well, hey, glad to be here.
Yeah, I'm glad you are here. So do you want me to play that video that you sent me, and then you can continue from there, or what?
Well, actually, thanks for asking. I'm just thinking perhaps just hold it in your back pocket for now. So I just get a little bit of an introduction happening, and then perhaps the whole idea of sending that to you is to sort of help understand, what is the World Health Summit? Where did it come from, and what purpose does it serve? And it ties in with what I'm about to speak on behalf of. And hopefully it'll just help yourself, Chuck, understand a little bit more of the composition and the ingredients of how all this evil crap gets glued and stitched together.
I'm all ears, bro.
Okay, so welcome. Thank you, Michelle, for giving me this opportunity. Just wanted to mention that on October the 17th coming up, will be held a high-level meeting in Berlin, Germany at 11 o'clock. That's Central European summertime. And what they're going to be, one of the things, it's actually a 3-day event starting on the 16th, ending on the 18th. And so what they're going to be revealing are a myriad of plans and agendas. One of them being the reveal, the early form of the 2024 pandemic treaty through the you-know-who. That's all I'm going to say, that 3-letter word, right?
We got you.
So back on May the 22nd, during the WHA in Geneva, there is this sort of really short escalation hype going on about the amendments and the treaty, and there were some sort of miscommunications and some misunderstandings. It's quite technical. So that part I completely understand. But the pandemic treaty was always scripted to enter the theater in 2024. There's questions of sovereignty, loss of sovereignty, concerns, legitimate concerns, obviously, of what's going on, and certainly tying in to a scripted event that began in early 2020. It's no coincidence. Everything is all stitched together, and in some ways worked out backwards with a problem, reaction, solution in a closed loop system. And so if I can screen share some stuff, Michelle, at least get this ball started. Hey, Tanya, how you doing?
Hi, Tanya.
Hello?
We can barely hear you.
Okay,
Hey, Tanya.
Turn it up.
A little low. Welcome, Tanya. Good to see you.
Tanya.
Thank you. It's Tanya.
Oh, it's Tanya?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's Tanya.
Why didn't you say something? I've been calling you Tanya forever.
I know.
Well, it's kind of hard to type that.
It's Tanya.
Yeah, I really don't know how I would type that. But hey, guys.
Welcome.
Am I too loud? I can't tell.
No, you're fine. No.
Okay.
All right, so, okay, we'll go ahead and screen share for you, Yo Laserbeam.
All right, let me get this up
Hey,
here.
have you heard about I think it's called the smart contracts that have to do with the health system? I think
I haven't heard that one in particular, although if it's coming through, this is all related. It's all stitched together like one big family.
I'll have to look at the term. I might be wrong, but I think it has something to do with all your medical records all being part of your identity, your license, your social security number. Everything's all connected, intertwined with the medical system.
Right.
Okay, so let me.
Are you thinking the blockchain, Chuck?
It's part of the blockchain, but there's a certain name. I shared a video the other day. Here, I'll find it here in a minute. let Yo go ahead and go, and I'll find it.
I'm not sure if you got that up and running here.
Yep, it's
it.
up.
Okay, so this is just the upcoming program being forwarded for October the 16th to the 18th. And I'll just forward where we're going to on the 17th, bypassing the 16th temporarily here. And what we're seeing on Monday the 17th at 11 o'clock is your architecture, your early reveal for your pandemic preparedness. And if you scroll right across and then down one here in the North America room, starting at 2, are parliamentarians in the development of a global pandemic treaty. Now, this was supposed to have been revealed prior to August 1. For some reason, nothing's been divulged as yet. And so here we're going to see on paper, at least scripted into the early first reveal of what's going to be presented to the 76th WHA next May in Geneva, and then officially and finally brought forward to the 77th WHA in 2024. But what we also see during these meetings are other topics on the agenda, and one in particular I find interesting as well is the next day on the 18th at 11. Right over here is the essential ingredients to build back better for food security and nutrition.
Build Back Better. They love that one, don't they?
Absolutely.
What does that have to do with it, though? Food.
This has to do with what they feel is going to be your ingredients that you're going to choose from, or at least you're going to be given the option that you're going to believe it's your choice and option. And all tied into your digital transformation for health, which will then segue into your social change. And that's what this is all about, is your social change. Through control, options given and passed down unto you by them, the controllers, the designers, using communications and policy making to do their dirty work, undermining nations that were once great and independent and sovereign, yes, but now completely dependent on entities such as the UN and their departments like the you-know-who. So when you're looking through these myriad of different events going on in different rooms, you got the Rudolph Virchow room, you got the Europe room, the Africa room, Oceania, South America, North America, and Asia. You're seeing just a myriad of different events going on.
You know, who elected these jackasses? You know what I mean? This is the New World Order.
The whole trick. The trick is to make sure that you are given the illusion that you have some sort of representation through a public electoral process. At the end of the day, we all know it's the unelected.
Yep.
Right? And take a look at what happened over in Europe last week with the passing of some sort of, or earlier, with some snake that nobody elected, and now being passed the power onto the son to enslave, extort, rule. I mean, that's the world's largest case of Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah, it is.
Cheering on your enslavement.
Yep.
It makes no sense in 2022. No human being needs to be ruled by another through human birthright. That's psychopathic by definition. but I'm sure you already know that and understand that. And so back to this meeting, this 3-day meeting, again, going back, they're really huge on your digital transformation. It's a big push, right? And here's the original, the opening day. Again, just going over.
I'd like to share this on my channel if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind at all.
Okay.
But if you wanted to, let me see here. If you wanted to run that video now, Michelle, it's a really lowbrow event. It's a lowbrow, it's a ghetto sort of production. That was its whole intent. To sort of give, this was done at least 1.5 years ago, I believe. And I wanted to bring the tobacco industry to be outlawed through avenues like the World Health Summit to push the policy making through. And these are just layers and layers and layers of ways to pad the core to get these dark agendas through. They create these entities which are always the same people controlling them, and then just keep making recommendations that are always the same ones, and then they agree with each other and just push it through.
They got stuff up here like Europe's beating cancer plan, and then the global effort to end AIDS. It's like they're never going to end or cure any of this stuff. How are people so suckered to believe that?
Well, and they create this stuff.
Yes.
They're the creators of the cancer, and they're the creators of AIDS. They're the creators of all of it.
Listen, if you want to create a $1 trillion industry, a real good and fast, easy package would to name a false cause of an already known disease, rename it, and then ensure that no cure, guaranteed, will ever be found. And that way, you rake in the dough and dead-end research, period. And you can pause it, you can fast forward it, you can slow it down, whatever speed that you want to play it out, and just go with it. And now you've established a $1 trillion industry off the backs of the working class people.
I believe that the money is no longer an issue. They have all the money. It's about control now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. This is all part of it. Now, the pandemic treaty itself, where did it come from? We've been hearing about it. There was this escalation earlier in the year leading up to the WHA, which is traditionally held and later on in May of every year. And then there was this May 22nd date of this, we're going to lose our sovereignty, the vote, and all this. But where did this treaty come from? Okay, well, I'm going to show you where it came from. And it comes from a source that makes recommendations, and they see it being realized. And so what I'm going to do is show you where this comes from. It's called the GPMB. And the GPMB is basically the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. They were created from within the United Nations in the year 2017. What they did was they deconstructed one of their projects called the Global Health Crisis Task Force, renamed it, reinvented it, kept the majority of the board members, added a handful of others, and then rolled with it. And then since 2017, created only 4 annual reports. And within those annual reports, they give recommendations to nations to follow. And you're talking sovereignty. What we see with these recommendations is that they come to fruition. And Chuck, all unelected. And that's the trick. And so here's the 2021 report. I'm just waiting on the new report that's set to come out momentarily within a few days. We're waiting on this to get the 2022 annual report. So the pandemic treaty, let me show you. I scroll down here. Let me just pull this down a bit.
Like you said, they want to give the people an illusion of choice.
Before I scroll down a little bit further, here is Elhaj Az-Sai. He's the co-chair, the remaining co-chair of the GPMB, which he shared with Gro Harlem Brundtland, a former Director General of the you-know-who. He was also Secretary General of the IFRC, which is the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, backed by the B. Gates Foundation. So going back to the pandemic treaty, what they have is what's called calls to action. Let me just go back up one more here. And their first call to action, number one, their first bullet point, is to strengthen global governance. That's one world order. That's new world order. That's centralized government. And adopt an international agreement on health emergency preparedness and response, and convene a summit of heads of state and government together with other stakeholders on health emergency preparedness and response. And then just under here, you can clearly see the you-know-who member states, which is a fancy word for nations or countries, should adopt an international agreement on health emergency preparedness and response. And within the UN, which are all the same nations anyways, with one exception being Taiwan and the Holy See, should convene a summit of heads of state and government together with other stakeholders on health emergency preparedness and response. What they're telling you is the international agreement that nations are going to be forced to adopt is the 2024 pandemic treaty. And this is where it originates from. Most will never know this. Now, who authors the GPMB? They have a board of directors. One just recently walked away. You may recognize his name as Dr. Anthony Fauci. Just want to pull this down just a bit more because I think they go more into slightly more detailed analysis of what they're calling for.
All I know is I will be failing the social credit score.
Me too, Michelle.
Listen, I encourage anyone to read these annual reports. Look at it for yourselves. You guys make your own determination. Have a look if you're interested. It's not the most interesting for a lot of people. I get that. There's a lot of sort of boring. It's not filled with all the lights, bells, and whistles, but it's really all here.
People think Facebook is for, for us, for our pleasure and entertainment,
Yeah.
I quit that like 3 years ago.
There you go.
And so here again, they're recommending building a strong, you know who, with greater resources, authority, and accountability. They want more authority. And isn't that what this treaty is going to define, Michelle? They
Sounds
want more authority. And here again is the purpose of this international agreement. Now, where did they get the international agreement from? Well, the international agreement or treaty or executive agreement is found within the you-know-who's own constitution under Article 19. Here's their constitution. They don't care about nations' own constitutions because they have their own. And they have this assumed higher ground because now you are just simply their member state. So let's go have a look at Article 19, which all nations agreed to.
I don't remember getting to vote on this.
No, because you didn't.
I know.
You didn't. Article 19, the Constitution of the you-know-who. The Health Assembly, which is the top of the pyramid of the construct of the WHO, because the top is the Health Assembly itself. Then there's the Executive Board and the Secretariat. Those are the three components which make up WHO. The trick is, if you can control it, you control everything. And we know who the biggest funder is of the you-know-who. So the Health Assembly shall have authority to adopt conventions or agreements. These are treaties by definition. And the Constitution, by the way, is a treaty all in itself. So if you're thinking nation sovereignties are at risk, well, I got news for you. Depending on how you see things, there are a small number of us who believe that just being a member undermines sovereignty, because now they are dictating policy unto you, regardless of where you live in this world. And it only requires a 2/3 vote of the Health Assembly shall be required for the adoption of such conventions or agreements. And there's trickery and political games that can influence how the numbers play out as well. And I'll show you how that happens. And which shall come into force for each member when accepted by it in accordance with its constitutional processes. So I believe it's under Article 7. If they really want to push something through, they can go a little bit dirty with Article 7. And if a member or a country fails to meet its financial obligations, and we know the more impoverished nations always seem to have more of a friction with these newer WHO or foreign policies coming in, rather than wealthier nations. They seem to be less vocal because there's seemingly more sheep. But if a member fails to meet its financial obligations, in other words, their membership fees to the organization, or in other exceptional circumstances, the Health Assembly may, on such conditions as it thinks proper, suspend the voting privileges and services to which a member is entitled. And then the Health Assembly shall have the authority to restore such voting privileges and services. Just saying. Going back to just prior to 2020, and something that was reported. The same GPMB released its first annual report. And wouldn't you know it, near the end of their report, this is now October of 2019, right around the same time as Event 201, which happened on the 18th. Let me show you what their recommendations were.
Hey, can I ask a quick question before you go on?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we know they even count a country's vote?
Because they have their own closed system. You don't really know.
Exactly.
You don't really know, Tanya.
It just seems like the same gaslighting that they do with us, with the right and the left, and you have a responsibility to go out and vote and change things.
Both sides push voting. You notice that? Whether you're
Yeah.
Democrat or Republican, both sides push it.
Definitely. It just seems like gaslighting for a different level, unless they have to actually prove or be transparent with everybody publicly. Does that happen?
This is why they create layers and they create fronts like the GPMB, the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board, claim that they're going to be independent, which is actually the furthest thing from the truth because they're staffed and they're infiltrated with people, in this particular case, completely backed by the BMGF. That's the Gates Foundation and friends. Here on the second bullet point, it reads, the United Nations, including the you-know-who, conducts at least 2 system-wide training and simulation exercises. We know them as SimXs in the business, including one covering the deliberate release of a lethal respiratory pathogen. And this is to happen, progress indicators by September 2020. This was released in September or October of 2019, prior to the reported pandemic.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
They're asking about you in the chat if you have a channel somewhere they can subscribe.
No, I'm completely underground. You're not going to find me. Good luck finding me. I move around. I'm busy. The GPMB, their parents happen to be the you-know-who and the World Bank, created from within the United Nations.
That's so funny you said that because my next question was how are they operating any differently than the World Bank operates? And you just answered my question.
They are born from the World Bank. That's the father.
Right.
And the mother being the you-know-who. And they created this child called the GPMB. And it repeats exactly what they want to hear back to them. This is what they create. SAGE is another example of the strategic advisors of what is it? SAGE.
What about Bain Group?
Experts.
Doesn't Bain run Bill Gates, basically?
Pardon me?
Doesn't the Bain Group kind of run the Bill Gates Foundation?
No, I mean, this is a one small happy family.
Right.
They're all part of the same small family, royal families. Here's the board of directors at that time. Chris Elias, he's their president. Okay.
Well, back up. H.E. Dr. Grow Harlem looks like a guy to me. What do y'all think?
Yeah.
It might as well be Dr. Bro Harlem.
There you go.
Yeah. Again, very, very backed by the Gates Foundation. H.E. is
Dr.
these
Bro Harlem
terms,
That's
how
funny.
they call Her Eminence or Her Excellency. Victor Zhao, president of the National Academy of Medicine. Farrar, he's the director of the Wellcome Trust. Anthony Fauci, as I mentioned earlier. These are all Henrietta Fore, the executive director of UNICEF, up until just recently. I think she was just stepped down and replaced. George Gao, you may recognize him if you were following Event 201. And once Event 201 was done, he seemingly claims to have isolated. He doesn't say what, he just says the virus. And then the same person within the same week develops the diagnostic testing systems to be able to package them.
I just can't believe that they're okay with the CCP at this point. But yes, I do. I believe it.
Alona Kickbush in your screen right now is a very important player as well, which most will never know. Her impact over the years with foreign policy to undermine your nations. It doesn't matter where you live. Alona Kickbush is passionate. She is passionate about globalism, one world order. She knows how to do it. Dr. Yasuhiro Suzuki, following him is where I discovered a SimX, which was only 2 weeks after Event 201, and which was used as a template to postpone the 2020 Olympic Games being held in Japan that particular year, which eventually they played last year. That's an interest, and it kind of looks like Long Duck Dong from 16 Candles grown up.
It does.
And so this is just, I just wanted to go over the GPMB briefly. And here's a working paper, by the way, by Alona Kickbush in 2016. And I just want to blow this up slightly because there's where she coins the new normal. Pardon, what's that?
Look at the map at the top, please.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's very interesting. They've got it turned on its side over North America.
Uh-huh. Oh, these people.
But there's one thing I wanted to share just within this one work of Alona's. This again is 2016. I want to remind you. Right here. The new norm of global public health security. What's the coincidence of being a designer for policymaking, coming up with the term the new norm? And a big proponent of the design of IHR 2005, which is your international health regulations, which is the real devil currently ongoing. And without it, the 2020 event could never have been played out. IHR is the real problem on Earth right now. And yeah, they're going to forward and start pushing this pandemic treaty, but it's only going to be surfing and layering IHR.
Hey, yeah.
And here again, mentioning Grow Harlem Brundtland.
Hey, yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt you. What your opinion? Are they gonna gradually roll this stuff out, or are they gonna like drop it, like where it's? I mean, you know what I'm trying to say. Are they gonna gradually roll it out, or how do you think
Everything
they're
is
gonna do it?
gradual, of course.
Oh, okay.
They have plans. I mean, they're currently throwing 17 sustainable development goals at the world right now, simultaneously. So it all depends on how you look at it too, as well. Some people, it might be a little bit too fast, or to them, it's probably too slow. So everything has to be at a gradual pace, even for opportunists.
Kind of like the proverbial pot of hot water and the crab or frog.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's an interesting paragraph within Alona's work on 2016, where she writes, there has been more attention to the field. For example, global health risks have featured high on the World Economic Forum's regular list of global risks. And so here we're already seeing in 2016 the tie-in with ALONA, the World Economic Forum, and their interest in global health risks, and of course, their agendas. And we know they signed the MOU in 2019, which a lot of people thought was more recent, which was not. It was not in the spring of 2022. This was signed back in spring of 2019, I believe. And here they have their own health concerns. They have climate change, which they're going to be shoving down everyone's throat. And that's your gradual process. That's one of the gradual process. But they have here as their MOU number 3, health, which I'm not sure if they're able to spell properly, but I'm certain that it means health. And then it reads, health is both an outcome and a driver of sustainable development, and requires a multi-sectoral, gender-responsive, rights-based response. Whose rights? Not yours or mine. Their rights. And the UN Forum Partnership will support countries to realize universal health coverage to achieve good health and well-being for all, because they control the microphone and they hold the pen and paper. Within the context of the 2030 Agenda, collaboration between the UN and the Forum will focus on addressing key emerging global health threats, including antimicrobial resistance, mental health, and other issues that demand stronger multi-stakeholder partnership and action. And of course, your digital cooperation will be greatly appreciated. Gender equality and the empowerment of women is number 5, which is UN Sustainable Development Goal number 5. No mention of men and boys anywhere within that.
Well, and not only that, but what is a woman exactly? Do they define it somewhere? Because,
Well, they're rewriting it.
yeah,
And you're seeing the examples of this in recent times. Education and skills being number 6 with bullet points. It's not a long MOU, it's simply 5 pages, but there it is. These are your international health regulations. This is the real devil, and these were the amendments that were brought forth back in May 22nd, which was this big hype. Now, even without any amendments, this agreement, executive agreement, which was actually forced upon nations to sign, America signed it on July 18, 2007, under the Bush administration, is enough and can cause enough damage to any nation. But interestingly enough, America had a 2-page document that protected the people from the you-know-who in case something was declared a pandemic. But they hid it intentionally. And here's the 2-page document that was signed in Geneva just prior to signing IHR 2005 on the 13th of December 2006. And it reads, the important part here is the 3rd paragraph. And really everyone should have this document. That the government of the United States of America reserves the right to assume obligations under these regulations, which is IHR 2005, in a manner consistent with its fundamental principles of federalism. With respect to obligations concerning the development, strengthening, and maintenance of the core capacity requirements set forth in Annex 1, these regulations shall be implemented by the federal government or the state governments as appropriate and in accordance with our what? With our Constitution. To the extent that the implementation of these obligations comes under the legal jurisdiction of the federal government. This was kept hidden, and they pushed forward with this CIMEX onto as many people as fast as possible to see who would take the bait. And so, Michelle, if you wanted to run that video, if I didn't put you to sleep and everybody else.
No, you're fine.
I've got a couple of questions, Joe.
Okay, go ahead.
How long, in your opinion, has the U.S. been under direct control of the UN?
Since it goes back to the League of Nations. Then after World War II, of course, 1946, that's when it all began, by definition. Because again, a sovereign nation can't have a foreign entity or any entity dictate its policy.
Well, wouldn't it be 33 then when the Federal Reserve was created? I think that's when things went downhill.
1913.
Was it 13?
Yes.
Sorry.
They love that number.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, we lost everything way back then.
And by the way, I just wanted to mention, there are many of you that do not know that starting tomorrow in New York City at the headquarters of the UN, which land was donated, by the way, by John D. Rockefeller, will be held the 77th General Assembly, which again, the WHO is going to be pushing through the GPMB, which I just showed you. Starting tomorrow in New York City. And this is tied in. The purpose of the summit. Here we see the whole of UN. And this is going to go ongoing. You're probably going to hear about it. Some things that are just going to be fluff bagged across MSM. But I, again, encourage people to pay attention starting tomorrow morning and throughout the week. The goings on with this 77th General Assembly at the UN headquarters. And also in particular, they're going to be barfing and surfing climate change down your throats, and a lot of what the GPMB is wanting through their own recommendations, which are all the same people passing these notes back and forth to each other, making themselves look independent, which again is the furthest thing from the truth. And again, if you wanted to look closer, I recommend reading the 2021 annual report of the GPMB, and where it shows you where they want the heads of states, heads of government to be talking together. This is tomorrow and throughout the week.
This next month should be interesting for sure.
Absolutely. And don't count October. It could very well be a dark October in different ways.
Don't they call it the October surprise?
What was that, Chuck?
The October surprise, like they used to talk about with the voting or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The next month and a half, certainly October, we're seeing many signatures of a very, very scripted, potentially dark month, and leading in the second half of September as well. You're not getting let off the hook. This entire decade is scripted in gradual little bites for the controllers, using communications and their designers and policymaking to forward. And here again at the bottom, you can clearly see the short paragraph. The GPMB reiterates its call for UN member states to convene a summit of heads of state and government, together with other stakeholders on health emergency preparedness and response. This is tomorrow. The you-know-who is going to be present at these days this upcoming week as well. And again, just above it, WHO member states should adopt an international agreement on health emergency. That's the pandemic treaty. I've already read it 2-3 times.
I have another question.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dub.
Why all the fake interest in health when we know their number one goal is population reduction?
And control along the way and everything that goes with it.
Yes.
Because they control our health, they control our money, they control our weather, they control our freedom of speech, they control everything.
It's all about control, Michelle. Remember
That's
when
why we call them the controllers.
Yay!
Dub, I think that's a really good question, though, because, it definitely has to relate with health and the fact that most people are struggling to have babies that I know around here. The fertility rate's way down. So, the question for me is, what's their hurry?
Change the world, isn't it?
In the long run, it seems to me they're doing everything to destroy health rather than being concerned about our health.
Exactly. So what is it they're really talking about? Are they talking about putting new things in our food, or,
what they're
Hey,
talking
Dub,
about?
it's kind of the opposite. You know how they say the Patriot Act or like the Affordable Health Care Plan?
Patriotic.
Yeah, there's nothing affordable about the health care, and there's nothing patriotic about the Patriot Act,
Everything is upside down.
Yeah.
But if they bring it up, they do it because it's informed consent in a way. Otherwise, why would they have to tell us anything?
Because they have to do it under the guise of independence, which is absolutely sponsored. And what they're really trying to do, Tanya, is a manufactured state of recovery to be appearing as organic, which again is the furthest thing. It's so cheesily unsophisticatedly scripted.
I agree. Don't you feel like it's gaslighting you? I mean, just reading this.
Yeah, it's just destabilization operation after destabilization operation after destabilization operation with scripted countermeasure operations, layering manufactured racism to distract the mind, distract the eye, layering all sorts of, and every resource. I mean, you're surrounded by the same small group that control all resources and sectors, and now they're poised and ready to strike. And guess who's on the menu? It's you. It's your nation. It's all of us.
It's us cattle.
Because
that's what they call us.
World nations are overdeveloped now. They can't develop much further. So in their eyes, in their mind, you're just a sacrifice. And that's okay, because they're the ones who are going to really suffer, because instead of making 18 trillion, they're only going to make 16 trillion. And they're taking the big hit. And so, but to them, we're all the sacrifice. And if we can put wealthy nations and step them back just a little bit, well, that gives us, the controllers, a little bit more wiggle room to implement our new digital transformation, your social change, one world governance, one world order, new world order, centralized sources, implementation of legislation, international agreements and treaties, all being controlled from one central source. And then that way, once you're in a wartime or a sort of manufactured state of recovery, then it's the good old days once again. There's more poverty, and because of that, it's tied directly into disease and malnutrition and so on and so forth. They're creating their own industries all over again, and they're going to recoup that sort of lost wealth. So it's a win-win situation for them. And guess who's the lose-lose situation? It's you and me. And how they do this also is by playing both teams. They play their team, and then they use infiltration to play on your team. And this is literally a global coup. And what's a coup to begin with your inserted heads of government? Well, a coup consists of the infiltration of a small but critical segment of the state apparatus, which is then used to displace the government from its control of the remainder. That's what you're seeing.
Well, you know what? None of this is really a surprise to those of us who take Revelation literally. I don't care what they want to call it, how they want to parse it out. It's end time stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep, you know my thoughts.
So, Michelle, if you wanted to run my cheesy, lowbrow, ghetto, and no-star video, I think it's episode 63 of a mini-series that I created. It's said to be, and by the way, Chuck, you'll get a kick out of this. I originally labeled it as a 33-part miniseries for the gematria and numerology people out there, but it was more of an inside joke. So,
well, okay. Well, you'll have to for me to play that. You'll have to stop screen sharing. I do want to welcome Richard to the show. He's been hanging out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, I was intently listening then, Michelle. So, I'm clattering around, so I thought I'd keep it quiet. That's why I muted, and I'm a very patient man.
But I appreciate you being patient. You've been hanging out in the back for a long time.
Yeah, no, not to worry. No, I haven't been hanging out the back. I've been.
Well, no, you've been on here.
I could have interrupted, but I got told off last time, so I thought I'd button it. But no, that was intensely interesting, that, because the United Nations, I did make a comment about, and it was September the 24th, and a correlation with something that was set up on September the 24th in 1960, which was the International Development Association, which is a UN agency, comes into existence. And that was, actually put that in the comments, but just a correlation between the 24th and there's quite a lot of things. There's a lot of nuclear tests, etc. on the 24th. So I'm sort of going back to that element of the conversation. International ballistic missile testings and a lot of nuclear tests, Russia and America, and also I think it was a day that France declares war on Germany in 1688. So it's quite an interesting date, the 24th.
Right.
1995 volcano Mount something in North Island, New Zealand erupts. So there's a lot of explosions and curious happenings on the 24th, and I'm not into fear porn or anything like that, but it's I'm not sure. I wasn't aware of it being some sort of significant date. 24th of September, and September is the 7th. Sept is 7. September is the 9th month. That confuses me. So, it might be one of those. Like September 11th really should be 7/11, which is like your stores. I think there's a couple of channels. I think Ron at Just a Voice 5 and 4 pointed 7/11,
well,
which is like
you can kind of look at it this way. In the 9th month, if you turn the 9 upside down, and then you've got your 2 and the 4, and if you add that together, that's your 6.
Yeah.
And then you will get your 6s.
And then you've got and then you've got 2022, which is another 6. So you've got your 3 6s there.
Yeah. So
you know, but the 24th of this year, you can derive a 666 from that. You know, so it you know, some of it might be actual factual as we know how they work. They like these, you know, sort of, it's, you know, it's sort of like a celebratory day, isn't it? You know, if you can get a 666 or a 911, and I got a very short video that actually demonstrates that 666 is 911. It's about a minute long video. I might, if you just want to watch it at some point later on, I'll sling a link.
If it's a minute, play it. I've never seen that before.
Haven't you? It sort of blew me away. And also, I'll be back with Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Terminator. I'll be back is a 911 as well, and a 911 is a 666. So if you correlate the two, and they're both very, very short videos, but it might open the creative mind and imagination of the people like us that aren't aware of how their duality and meanings and symbology, etc. Just sort of how deep it really is, because it's deeper than just on the surface of, you know. If you watch those videos, do it whenever you're ready, but I'll sling a link.
Okay. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but
Don't say sorry to me.
I do want to say hello to a few people in the chat, and then I want to go ahead and play a Yo Laserbeams video.
Yeah, do it.
But I want to say hello, Mitz. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome. Let me see. Let me scroll. There's Debbie. I didn't get a chance to say hello to. Welcome back, T. Let's see. Of course, welcome, Richard. But Chris Thompson, Lumpy. I've already said hello to a lot of you people, but there's some people that came in that I hadn't had a chance to say anything to, so I just wanted to say welcome and hi. I miss you, Mitz. I hope your little Bambino is doing good. Love you. We're gonna go ahead and play that video real quick, if that's okay, Richard. I'm sorry for cutting you off. But it's been hanging in the wind, so we're gonna go ahead and do that.
Do it.
Yeah, this video is just a quick sort of small understanding of what the World Health Summit is, where it comes from, a little bit about that, and it ties in with this sort of presentation. Richard, I also wanted to say September 24th is actually going to be operational with this year's United Nations General Assembly. And even though it's a Saturday, it's going to be interesting, even though the Assembly still is going to be running on that day, to pay very close attention, because again, this is the heart of the devil.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's just a correlation of all these dates that, you know, from and this is the thing, when they put something out mainstream or available for the likes of us to pick up on, like you know, like these really old documents, these like Weather as a Force Multiplier, which I think was in the 90s that was produced, and we've got all these alien UFO things that all of a sudden they're just sort of like viral.
Right.
And it just makes me wonder that when they actually put these things out viral for the likes of us to all of a sudden they just boom onto the scene, is whether they've actually implemented everything they need, or they've got everything in place ready for the implementation of whatever the agenda is they're going to release. So the old illness, they've been working for this, you know, I mean, Operation Warp Speed. I don't for 1 minute believe that all of a sudden they said to all these companies, go off and make this this medical cure. No, they would have had it stockpiled, or
Well, absolutely, Richard.
wasn't, oh, let's get a cure from day one. Have I disappeared now?
Yeah, no, we know this
Did I
because on
disappear
January
then?
23, 2020, which was months before the launch of Operation Warp Fraud, the CEO of Moderna made a statement. This is before any health emergency was even declared.
Wait, you mean Operation Warp Speed was a fraud? What?
Right. But the CEO of Moderna had stated on January 23, 2020, that his VAXXs were going to be ready in months.
Yeah.
And nothing was going. And by the way, this was going on one of the front stages in Davos.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, Operation Warp Fraud, by the way, got
Yeah.
even though they had the head start of a pre-planned production, which it still very much is, it was still slower than the 1976 swine flu reported pandemic. And they had a lot more hurdles to jump through with pharmaceutical industry indemnification legislation. And they got that through faster and VAXXs in people's arms faster in 76. Yet, and don't even get me started. So, but anyways, I'm going to zip my mouth, Michelle.
All right. Let me go ahead and play this video, and then we can chat right after.
Okay. Have a heart, everyone. This is really ghetto and lowbrow. Peace out.
I thought it was good. All right. All right. Let me make sure Yep, I do. Okay. All righty. Here we go.
And so what exactly is the World Health Summit anyway? Well, the World Health Summit is one of the world's leading strategic forums for global health and brings together leaders from sponsored politics, sponsored science and medicine, sponsored private sector, and sponsored civil society to set the agenda for a healthier future for you. The World Health Summit was founded in 2009 on the occasion of the 300th anniversary of Berlin's Charité Hospital and is traditionally held under the patronage of the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, Emmanuel Macron, the President of the Republic of France, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, and good old Tedros Adhanom, the Director General of the World Health Organization. The World Health Summit promotes a completely sponsored, science-driven, and broad approach to global health development with the Sustainable Development Goals at its core. The key issues are therefore interdisciplinary, sponsored science-based, cross-sectoral, and concerted. And they are vital to set the global health agenda for the years to come. And what is on the menu in particular for what is going to be coming up on the horizon in the years to come? There's one that I will bring forward, which I'm sure some of you will find quite interesting. And here I'll read you a very brief portion of the World Health Summit's mission. Quote, "We at the World Health Summit will continue to promote health as a human right, along with good governance, which is literally special interest, unelected, global governance. Because political decisions, without exception, affect human health." You see how they
completely created a closed loop system that is circular. They are literally trying to tell you that your health is their human right so that they can babysit and control you and everyone else you know and don't know, literally, theoretically, forever, because it fits perfectly on a piece of paper. And how convenient is this when they state that health is a driving force for all sustainable development goals? It's not only for sustainable development goal number 3. And as far as sponsors are concerned, well, there's no lack of representation there. As we can see in just basic supporting partners, the World Bank, Bayer Monsanto, general partners being the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and major partners being Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and the Wellcome Trust. And the National Institute of Health is represented there through academia. And UNICEF and the WHO are represented there through policymaking. And let's not forget Bill Gates's Gavi and heavily funded Bill Gates's Global Polio Eradication Initiative through support in the civil society sector. And for the final icing on the cake, its associate sponsor happens to be the Global Governance Project. And the central topic in the upcoming World Health Summit in Berlin will be, number 1, the VAXX's, surprise, surprise, moving towards health as a global public good. You see, equal access for all to a cerveza-bug VAXX has been a dominant political demand throughout the reported pandemic. How far have we advanced sharing the VAXX equitably and ensuring that it is considered a global public good? What political lessons have we learned also for other areas of global health? And what instruments can help ensure global public goods for health? Hey, I hate to tell you smokers out there, but in terms of public good and global public health, these clowns in fluff bags are going to present on October the 24th at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Tobacco control and the complete removal of the tobacco industry by the year 2030. Hey, so smoke 'em if you got 'em. Because good old Bill Gates and friends, well, they want you to do what they want you to do. And they don't want you to do what you want to do. Capiche? Hey, thanks for that, Michelle. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Whoops.
Thanks for your patience, chat, and panel.
Hey, yo, thank you so much for that. Because honestly, I didn't even know about that 2005 document. So thank you. And for putting it in chronological order, too, is very helpful.
Hey,
Yeah,
you're welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. I really appreciate you. I always do.
Yeah, good video.
Yeah, we do appreciate you fully. You're the man, that's for sure.
Hey, and I'm just going to step off. I'm going to be in the chat. Michelle, thanks again to everybody. Chuck, it's just a wonderful dub. I hope you're still there with us.
Oh, yeah, I'm here. Thanks much, Joe. Appreciate it.
Hey, you're welcome. Thanks again. And again, this upcoming week, the UN General Assembly meetings. Try and catch it if you can.
Thank you, yo.
Yo.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, I'm gonna leave too because I have
Oh
to make sure
no.
I have to be bedtime police right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
Good
not
talking
a
to you,
fun
Tanya.
job, but
Yeah,
Good talking to
maybe
you.
next week. Will you try to come on next week?
Yeah.
yeah, apparently I can do this audio thing. I didn't know if I had it hooked up right.
Yeah, you can.
All right, it was
Yes.
fun, guys. Thank
Nice
you.
meeting you. Nice talking to you finally.
Thank you,
Okay.
Tanya, not Tanya.
You're right.
Tanya,
I'll be back.
you go.
I'll be back. In the
Okay,
chat.
great.
Guys.
Thank you, babe. You have a good night.
You
I have
too.
some
Bye bye.
questions for you and like to chat with you, Tanya.
Oh, okay. I'll talk to you next time. Unless
Okay.
you have something right now.
You want to ask her any questions?
No, we'll cover it next week.
Okay, Dub.
All righty.
Soon. Okay, bye.
Thank you. Bye. God bless.
God bless.
Yeah, God bless. God bless. Praise the Lord.
Now there's
Thanks
3.
much for coming on.
Hey, Dub, how you doing?
Doing good, man. How about you?
Good. I'm literally the epitome of fantastic.
I wouldn't go that far. Not for me.
Yeah, you got to keep your spirits up, and even if you got to force your spirits up, even if you know what's going on, it's just
Michelle.
Yeah.
Hey, let's do that 1-minute video about what he said about 9/11. And
Yeah, I put 2 in the private. Do the 9666 is 911 first. If you want.
I've never seen that.
It's less than a minute long, and the other one is 2 minutes long. But it's predictive programming. I don't think anybody else actually picked either of those 2 up. It's the first I've seen of it, so it might it might be one of those things that opens at least opens people's mind to the fact that
never can tell.
Richard, can you screen share?
I could screen share, but I don't think my screen share plays videos very well. So I could if you
drop it in the chat. Drop them in the chat, and I'll pick them up.
It's in private chat, Michelle. I put it in the private chat on the StreamYard.
Perfect.
Oh,
right.
I don't get that. I don't get that very often.
All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, and 2 seconds. I got it.
More maybe.
You're not supposed to be that quick. Just saying that, Richard. All right, let me get all this taken care of, and I'll play them. Here's the first one.
Bang up full screen if you. That's it.
Am I full screen?
Yes. Oh.
Let's see.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, good. Oh, I got the wrong one up. Whoopsie. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Sorry. All right, here we go. Let me see.
Oh wow! Never thought.
Wow. Wow. That's a good one.
It's awesome, isn't it? It's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, Richard, I'm gonna steal that from you.
You have it, mate. I've put it in every description as part of the regular video description.
I want to steal it first.
You don't have to steal it. You can have it because I put permission underneath the video. Anything.
And it feels better if we feel like we're stealing it, man.
You won't go to heaven, Chucky. You won't go to heaven. And that one.
All right. And here's number 2.
I'll be back.
And action. I will be back. Cat, 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 cat. Arnie, Arnie. Arnie, lovey. It's I'll be back. I'll be back. I will be back. Just doesn't work. It doesn't add up. Okay? Let's try it again. And action. I will be back. Cat, 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 cat. Listen, lovey. It's got to be I'll be back. This is an order from the depths of
Is that you,
hell.
Richard?
And action. I will be back. I will be back. I will be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Dang. Wow.
I'll be back.
Hey, Michelle, remember when I was saying earlier that we won't know when it's going to happen, but after it happens, you'll be able to see it in plain sight. You know what I mean?
Right.
Stuff like that. You know, now that it's already happened, people put stuff like this out where they've been telling us for years, but nobody can ever figure it out beforehand.
Right. Good one. Good ones, Richard.
Good one.
Yeah, weird, aren't they? They're from God. God gave me those.
Richard, are you sure you're not a Freemason instead of a stonemason?
Absolutely, 100%, my friend. I got one master, and it ain't master of the lodge. It's not master of ceremonies. It's
Hey,
Why,
my
why do
lord.
you
I'm
have
just telling you.
Freemason in your name?
Well, I actually did a video because a lot of people said, "Oh, you're a stonemason. You must be a Freemason." I said, "No, no, 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 no. A mason to mason means to work.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So you got a stonemason works stone.
Bro,
And
I was
Freemason.
kidding totally. You know that. You know, I was seriously, I was just joking. I mean, I
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but I still like you still raised it. But you know, so I actually made my original channel name was Richard a Stonemason because I am a stonemason, and I just wanted to actually educate, put some videos out about stonemasonry. But then people were saying, "Oh, you're a stonemason. You must be a Freemason." I thought, "Fuck it, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna change my channel name." But did you know the White House was built by Scottish stonemasons, and that was the introduction, because you know that you got a Scottish Rite Freemasonry. And the White House was built by Scottish stonemasons, yeah, which is where now I know one stonemason is a Freemason, okay, and he's not the most righteous of people. But it's like you, Charles, the trucker. There's an element of what am I trying to say? There's a like an ethic to being a good, honest worker, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, and you always try to do your best by the trade. You know, and that's the same with stonemasonry. Stonemasonry is an absolutely wonderful, wonderful, wonderful profession.
Yeah, man, I can't remember the word. There's a word for it. I know what you're saying. I can't think of the word.
Yeah, no, I couldn't think of it. I just
work ethic, I guess.
Work ethic. Well, I guess it's that. Yeah, but there's more of a righteousness to it than just sort of abiding by like the sort of rules of that profession. There's a righteousness to it. And when I first got into stonemasonry, the first man I worked under, he told me this little story. It's very brief, and he said he told me this story, and he said when he started, he said and I think it's like a generic sort of a little story. But he said there was this stonemason working up right up in the heights of a church, and he's working on this carving of an angel, and he's working the back of this angel. So he's chiseling away at the back of this angel, and this apprentice stonemason went to him and said, "Why are you spending so much time perfecting the back of that angel when it's so high up in the roof space that nobody will see it?" And the stonemason looked at him and said, "God will see it." And that was before I became, born again, even entertain the idea of Christianity and the Bible. But that sort of story, now looking back, was like, yeah, God sees everything, even that stuff that we cannot see. That stuff is hidden right up in the roof space.
Absolutely.
Like the inside of your engine. Nobody sees the inside of the engine, but the amount of the precision that engine needs to be built, nobody sees it, but God sees it.
He searches the hearts.
I was just going to say that. It's just that nobody sees the heart except through the actions that we do.
Except the maker.
But nobody knows whether the actions we do are genuine or not, and it's just like supers. But God sees everything. So it's a beautiful. My life has been just this beautiful correlation of things that have been said to me over time, ever since I was 7, to be honest, and beyond that, because I was brought up not religious, but I was brought up to be respectful and righteous, in a sense of common law, really, which is do no harm, do not kill, do not steal, and do not cause offence, which is fundamentally derived from Christianity and the Ten Commandments. So, I've been sort of privileged that way, that I've had my journey up to, I'm 58 next month. So it's been all these little nuggets put into the little box for me. And all of a sudden, when I opened my life up to be guided and I became born again, all these things, it was just like a reverse explosion. All these nuggets that have been blasted out to me, all collided. We're all sucked back into this core.
Bro, it's like the Matrix scene where he sits up and pulls the thing out of the back of his neck, you know, and he sees everything around.
Yeah, absolutely that. And that was a moment of, it's inexplicable, the sensation.
Yeah.
It's not just a mental sensation, as in an emotion. It's a physical sensation as well. I mean, when I was born again, I cried for 3 weeks. Like a newborn baby. I cried for 3 weeks just because I knew I'd been born again. It's an absolutely awesome experience, which you must know that it is like being born again.
Absolutely.
Being born again. And most people say, "Oh, if I only knew now what I knew, or if I only knew when I was a child what I know now, I wouldn't do this and I wouldn't do that and I would do this." And this is what being born again pretty much is all about. It's being young again in spirit and heart, body and mind.
You're born of new. You're a new creation.
Absolutely. And this is why I'm so keen to get people to just even just try or entertain the concept that being born again is a real thing. God is real. Jesus Christ is real.
Hey, Lumpy Gas right here in the comments said, "I know the elites are not atheists." Absolutely, the people that run things. Atheism was put forth by the Freemasons. You know what I mean? They're not. These people that rule us are very religious. They're Kabbalists. They're Luciferian. I mean, they're not atheists.
Well, they'll worship God and
they're worshiping the God of this world.
They'll worship Satan as we worship Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they worship the God of this world.
Absolutely.
They worship the father of lies.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just wanted to say real quick, and we can keep talking. I wanted to say hello to Danny and say hello to Shay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey Shay, hey Danny.
Yeah. I'd like to say hello to everybody as well in case I missed somebody when I arrived. I arrived about half an hour late, 28 minutes late it was, so I don't know what I missed. But I'm
You're
currently.
late.
Have you heard of David Yates?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Are you subscribed to him?
What?
Are you subscribed to him?
Yeah, he was. What? Didn't you do a live stream with him a while back?
I've done a live stream with him, but he's full on. He's a very now at the moment. He's a very prolific. Him and his wife Debbie, and they're absolutely beautiful people. They're working on. They're very prolific at solid material books, formulating all the evidence, and they're putting out about 2 books a month, but it's cataloguing in book form the evidence for truth and against obviously the New World Agenda.
Well, Richard, just drop the links and people
I'll
that
drop
are
the
watching
link.
can.
Well, at the end of all my chemtrail videos, there is a link to. I think the last video I put up was a chemtrail video. Well, it wasn't actually about chemtrails, but I put a link to a book. It's called Geo Interfering, I think. But he's currently working on a book. It's called Gil Bates is a Walking Fanker. Okay.
Gil
And
Bates.
he started his Amazon bookstore off because he's a poet and he was promoting his poetry, and that's why he set up this YouTube channel.
Right.
And then he got into chemtrails, it's the sky, and then he got into that. So his sort of poetry took a second. Well, didn't take a second seat; it took a back seat while he concentrated on, like all of us. There's other things we'd rather be talking about than walking Gil Bates and the New World Economic.
It all goes back to chemtrails too. That's the one thing that still pisses me off more than anything out there, because it's the air we breathe. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And they're spraying it.
Absolutely. And the biggest frustration is the fact it's there for everybody to see, and they can't see it.
I know. They don't look up. Nobody.
And
looks up.
anybody under the age of 20, that's all they know.
Hi, Change.
Say again.
How are you? I'm talking to the chat. I'm sorry, guys. Hi, Change. How are you? Good to see you. Go ahead. If anybody wants to put their channel link into the chat to gain subs or to promote their channel, they're more than welcome to do that so we can spread the word more widely. I want everybody to be comfortable and everybody to come in, and so we can share the truth and expand the truth as much as we can. So if anybody wants to share their channel link, you're more than welcome to in the chat.
Hey, can I say one thing real quick? Talking about that's very important. Is I shared a video, which it was part of a video a while back, but I'm telling you, they are spraying chemicals. They also put them in pesticides, but I think one astrazine or something. But what it does, and the gatekeeper Alex Jones even said this about 10 or 15 years ago about the frog. I mean, their frogs are changing genders, and they literally are like castrating children while they're in the utero. They are literally spraying hormones. That's why all these people are being misgendered. And I mean, that rabbit hole goes deep, very. And it all goes back to what they're spraying, what we're drinking, what we're consuming. You know what I mean? And think about the programming on TV, what the children and people see about all these people with the different genders. I mean, that's to me, that's another one that really gets me.
That's what got me a second strike. Was I had an old video up that I got hit with a couple days ago that was called Frankenskies.
I lost the channel because of that too. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wish I would have known that. Oh,
It wasn't that the actual video, but it was the
okay.
same type of thing.
Okay. But yeah, so mine was of chemtrails. They, I guess I did. I don't know. It was a really long video, but it did have people protesting about the cerveza bug,
Yep.
and so they got me for medical disinformation on this last strike. So I do have 2 strikes. So I'm hanging by a thread right now, and that was an old video. I uploaded it like 9 months ago, and they just struck me for it.
But think about it, guys, for a second. I mean, people don't actually look at the pharmaceutical industry. Look at all the drugs and the chemistry of everything across the board. Think about the stuff we don't know about. Think about what they could put in the atmosphere to basically, you know what I mean, to make men feminine and make women masculine. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's very, very deep, and nobody looks at it. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know, that just chemtrails is like, that's the one thing that when I drive and I see them spraying the air that I'm breathing, it just pisses me off so much.
Real quick, Lumpy Gas, is that your channel link, or is that a video?
Lumpy Gas has got some good stuff. He's a big flat earther.
Yeah, it says my
He's got some good stuff.
flat earth teacher.
Flat Earth is another one that pisses me off about the globe and the evolution. You got Christians believing that we're on a spinning ball flying through infinite space, that we evolved billions of years ago. It's insane.
Yeah, but this is a thing. This is a thing, though, Chuck, that I've noticed is, well, I know actually. The truth is, we're aware of divide and conquer. Well, this is one of their weapons that they've used, is to introduce so many different things that we could concentrate on, from chemtrails to flat Earth. Now, flat Earth, all right.
That's a good point. Yeah, a bunch of rabbit holes. Yeah.
So we've only got a certain amount of time as individuals.
Mm-hmm.
And if, like me, you're and like yourself, and like you, Michelle and Dub, we're interested in everything that's going on. That is dividing that time.
Everything.
So the divide and conquer, it's not just about pitting black against white or men against women or pro this and anti that. It's also about dividing time. You know, and the more we're online researching, the less time. And to me, being out in the community is more important than anything, really. But I need to get the information from somewhere. And
we all have different jobs. You know, everything's important. So what you're doing that's great. I mean, but we all contribute. So it's everybody does different stuff too. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. But again, this thing of diluting our attention.
Oh, yeah.
To concentrate on a specific.
That's part of their plan, yeah.
Yeah. But this David Yates. Now, if it's okay, Michelle, I'll pop a link to his channel. But I'm currently working on some poems. Because what I want to introduce is the element of creativity in hoax busting, etc. Because we spend a lot of time serious and away from the creative element of like our human nature. Like, some people write, some people chisel stones, some people sing songs, some people knit and sew, etc.
Yeah, we're all part of the same body.
And it's all, I mean, fundamentally, that is just a person expressing themselves with a specific medium. So I've got this hashtag. It's Artists Against Agenda 21. Now it's pretty much shadow banned on YouTube. But what I want to encourage is people to get into that childhood creativity. That our sort of playfulness, And if you're a lyricist or you're a musician or anything like that, the best way to get a message across, in my opinion, is through art. Like, for example, music. Music is like a carrier for a message. Okay, the message being delivered through the lyrics.
Are you a
But
musician?
no, I'm a lyricist. Really, I'm a my expression comes from with words, which is why I can sort of work out things like "I'll be back" and
Oh, wordsmith.
a wordsmith. Yeah, that's one of my and double meanings, double entendres, etc., etc. But I've maintained my childlike creativity and curiosity. That wasn't nurtured out of me by going through the school indoctrination system, which takes a child, all they want to do is play, explore, and be educated through experience. And then the education system forces children into these funnels where they need to know the 10 times table by the age of 8, or they need to know a certain thing. Mathematics being quite a hurdle for a lot of children at a certain time in their life, and they don't really need to know it, and they don't particularly want to know it, because all they want to do is explore and play. And you take a child, they can count by the time they go to school at 5 anyway, 1 to 10. A parent can teach that. But by the time a child gets to 16, school leaving age, they will have learned the mathematics. But the hard and fast rule with the state school system, and it's not even just a state school system, the private school system as well. So it's the curriculum, the Rothschild's curriculum, is to take the individuality out of the human being, the child, and turn them into that robot. You will learn this at age 5, you will learn this at age 6, you will learn this at age 7. And from my experience, there were a lot of truants at school because they just couldn't either handle things like mathematics or like deep English studies or anything like that. They weren't interested in it, so they truanted. Now, once you've got a truant, you've got somebody that has a potential to be a criminal. Their class is a reprobate, a truant, and it's through no fault of their own. They just weren't fed what they naturally would eat, in not being naturally nurtured. Do you understand what I mean? You understand what I mean? I know you do. So by taking the natural evolution of a child or a human being, they're taken away from them the creativity. The creativity is left undeveloped. So I'm all for trying to get people to tap into their creative element, things they enjoyed doing when they were 5 years old, before the state got hold of them and funneled them, squeeze them into these tubes of, you will learn this, you will learn that, you will regurgitate this. This is true. This is true. This is true. The Earth is a globe. Yeah, but my dad said it's flat. No, your dad's wrong. The Earth is a globe. That's like a fundamental example of how.
Well, think of it this way now: what they're doing to children from when they're born, they're indoctrinating the entire world of gender.
Oh, absolutely.
So from babies. So now they're pushing that from the beginning of their time, that they get to choose. I was it you, Chuck, that did I think it was a video today about that. I know that you're muted, but yeah, it's like from when they're babies, they're trying to indoctrinate all of that to give them a choice. Oh, like babies, when they get a haircut, you can already tell when they don't want to get a haircut that they're already confused about their gender and that kind of stuff.
Why do you think they get our children at preschool until the age of 18 to 21? That's right. When the brain is really, learning. They own the academia. They own all the universities. I mean, they have the curriculum. Was it called Common Core? I think, Common Core, where they program the children of every generation. And if you control the children, you control everything.
And the thing is, also with academia, at the end of the schooling, there's an exam, and you're either right or wrong with your answers. And if you're only right by their information, by their answers. So if you don't oblige then by following their curriculum, you will not pass the exam at the end of it. And you know, schooling is all about getting a qualification at the end of the day, so you can get a better job, so you can pay more tax. It's as simple as that. The whole system it's a really clever. It's a really clever thing, but fundamentally, it's just something that has been adopted that come from the brain of one person or one group of people, come from the mind of one group of people, and the whole world has now adopted it. So, you know, and this is the thing. We know they work generationally, so you know they're going to pop their clogs, but they do it for their children because they want their children to carry on their legacy. Now, once we get, like I said about chemtrails, anyone under 20 years old thinks the sky is normal. Okay, anybody in our age range, I'm not saying you, Michelle, anyone in the age of round about the age of 40, 50, even 30 can remember skies being proper fluffy clouds, proper blue skies, no trails. Trails are a recent phenomenon, and they've been increasing, and now they've been increasing to even adults gradually over time. Even adults now, most adults just look at it and think that it's normal because.
Hey, Richard, back up. Chemtrails I've seen like pictures and video from the 40s when the sky is chemtrailed up.
Yeah, well,
that's crazy.
Yeah, I did a video. My last video was, and it was somebody. There's a company called Oliver's Travels, and they actually proudly boast that they got this wedding service, and they proudly boast that they can guarantee you a cloud-free sky by cloud seeding. So I did my last video, which was just basically narrating their claim that they can give you a cloud-free sky by seeding the atmosphere with silver iodide. But they mentioned even on this website, they mentioned being cloud seeding going back to the 1940s and 1950s. We know that Vietnam, they used Agent Orange, which is your Roundup.
Yeah, Roundup.
And this is the thing. This is probably the most sinister thing they can do, apart from spraying some sort of pots. Okay, is the worst thing. Probably the worst thing they can do is spray Roundup. Now, Monsanto seeds are the only seeds that are resilient to Roundup. Okay, they're Roundup resistant. Everything else will die if you spray Roundup on it.
Yeah, well, the company that invented Roundup is probably owned by Monsanto's.
No, it was Monsanto.
Yeah.
When Bill Gates was Bill Gates was a some sort of stakeholder in it, some sort of CEO, or he had dibs on Monsanto.
Yeah, he was a stockholder.
And GMO, genetically modified organics. But they genetically modified these organics to be Roundup resistant. Now, all they've got to do now is, if they cover the earth with Roundup, it kills everything apart from GMO. We're then forced to eat GMO because nothing else will grow. So I think that is that will be part of the sinister plan. Is just there's no saying no. I don't want GMO. You ain't got any choice because that's the only thing that will grow, genetically modified organics. Because the whole planet, the whole Earth, flat Earth. I can't believe I said planet. The whole Earth, the whole growing system of Earth is covered with Roundup. So I'm pretty sure at some point in time they'll introduce that, just so everybody hasn't got a choice about going down the genetically modified organics food track. And we know that at the moment, Agenda 2022 is the decimation of the food chain. Every year has an agenda. Next year is the last year. By the end of 2023, I think that will be, if we haven't stopped them, that'll be it. 2023, 322, Skull and Bones. 2 and 2 is 4, so you've got 4 and 3, 322, 3 and 4. 3 and 4, 34, is 1 degree higher than 33. And we know Skull and Bones are going to be part of the organization that governs things like Freemasons. This is how I see numbers, symbols, and signs and words, etc. But I know that 2023, every year has an agenda. Agenda 2020 was a year. Agenda 2020, you know this, all CNI 2020
That was
vision.
a big one. That was a big one.
You know, so I knew something. I knew in 2019. On my Facebook, I put 2019. Happy 2019 on the New Year's Day of 2019. So it was revolt for your leisure and pleasure, because I knew that 2019 was the last year of freedom before something happened in 2020. And as soon as it happened, I think it was actually the 31st of December or the 1st of January that it was officially announced that the old illness was a real thing and a threat.
The old illness.
Yeah. So that was 2020, and that was on the either the New Year's Day of 2020 or New Year's Eve for 2020. So I knew. So that their agenda. So then they had a year to implement and get ready for Agenda 21, which was their big advertised one, Agenda 21. And now, you know, they were, you know, it's scripted. So now let's go on to script 2022. Wars and rumors of wars, and we got to correlate it with biblical prophecy. So we've got wars and rumors of wars. Well, you know, that pretty much decimated the food chain. It pretty much decimated the fuel chain. It's pretty much decimated economies. It's pretty much decimated the human beings as being a financially free capitalist, you know. Well, you know what I'm trying to say. It's decimated so many things. But Agenda 2022, I know, is a year of implementing these three things. And the food chain destruction is probably the main one, because if you look at the war in the Ukraine, they're classed as one of the breadbaskets of the world for grain, which is probably the staple food of the world, one of the main staple foods of the world, grain. And you know, can you remember that explosion in the port of Beirut in Lebanon? Do you remember that explosion?
Yes.
That was blamed on
Michelle. You remember that? Dove.
You remember that, Michelle?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that, to me, what happened was that was a Russian store of ammonium nitrate that miraculously blew up. Okay. And it decimated a third. I think it was a third of the grain supply that were in the silos that were camped right next to that explosion. Okay. Now that was blamed on the Russians because it was Russian ammonium nitrate. Okay. That was stored, and it had been stored for a couple of years in this warehouse. Now that, to me, was a starting gun, and this is sort of in hindsight. I worked this out. Again, it's grain. It highlighted. To me, it highlighted the fact, right? That's a starting gun for something. That's quite a major starting gun, because it is politically and news-wide. That is top of the list. That was. The whole world rushed to the aid. Again, there, you know, it's going to be donations. Save Lebanon, blah blah. But to me, that was the start of the starting gun for the implementation of generating a food crisis. And this was in hindsight. I didn't think this at the time, but looking back on it and correlating it with what we know, control the food, you control the world. Like control the weather, you control the world, because if you can control the weather, you can control the food. You can control the people. So it's like a jigsaw puzzle with little controlling weapons, like money is a controlling weapon. So all these little weapons they've got in their arsenal, including money, including the new media. So 2022 was a decimation of the food chain. And having just talked about the old trails in the sky, their final card might well be, right, we'll just decimate the entire all these little people that grow their own, etc. Got allotments, I've got an allotment. All these people that are self-sustainable and going organic, etc. Organic ain't a thing anymore. The amount of shit they throw in the sky, organic is not a thing unless you're growing underground, deep underground, with light. Organic ain't a thing.
Yeah, you can't have say we grow our own, and you could say you have organic seeds or whatever, and you grow your own. I mean, unless you have a greenhouse and it's tightly sealed, I mean, you really cannot say it's organic. Yes,
Absolutely.
growing your own is better, but
Well, by growing your own, Michelle, all you're sure of what hasn't been put on it by yourself, like pesticides, herbicides,
right,
etc. But this is what we've got. What we've got is we've got a combination of chemtrails and rain. Now, all gardeners, if they have the option, would use rainwater to water their plants and not tap water, which is toxic. So, all gardeners would prefer to use rainwater. Now, rainwater, all they got to do is toxify the rain, which they've done. And if all they need to do is cover the world with Roundup, and that would pretty much kill everything. It would pretty much kill it. And these people, they don't give a shit. You see these fish, all these fish, these swathes of millions of fish washed up on beaches, and they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. I don't put that down to natural disasters. It's either like these massive schools of fish that just die with no explanation. There's a possibility they're experimenting, or they've been trying out something that's got into the once it's in the water table, that's the end of things.
Has anybody noticed that there's no bees? I'm in Houston and there's no bees.
I was quite pleased this summer because there were a lot of bees about here in England.
Everybody in the United States. I mean, think of it this way. I mean, can you guys tell me if you had a lot of bees? I know there's people here from Michigan. I know Chuck's from North Carolina. I know that I'm in Texas. Tanya, I don't know where you're from, but do you guys, Pls Times, can you guys tell me, did you guys have bees this year?
Very few.
Pennsylvania. Very few, yeah. See, in Michigan, there's always bees,
Yeah.
But, I mean, we had, I probably, since I've been here in Texas, and I've been here, maybe two months? In Missouri, there was more bees, but not a lot. But here in Houston, I saw maybe 1 or 2 bees since I was here, trying to grow and stuff to pollinate, and there was nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. This is where Bill Gates is going to step in with his nano bee. He's got nano mosquitoes, isn't he? Everything's going to the agenda. Control the food, you control the world. Control the weather, you can control the world. Control the water, you control the world. Control the education, you control the world. Control the media, you control the world.
They control everything. They have controlled everything.
Oh, they have, yeah.
Everybody wants to believe that we still have a constitution and that we don't have anything like that anymore. People don't understand how we are so controlled in the slavery system.
Oh,
It's
absolutely.
unreal. It's
I mean,
unreal, and I can feel it. It's like, ugh.
yeah. I mean, it's pretty much what it is. It's sort of it's a pacifier. Your constitution is a pacifier because there are no rules in war. There are no rules in war. Your constitution and your Declaration of Independence, which is, as I see it, Declaration of Independence. You are dependent. Your independence of .gov. That's the way I see it. So these things are just put there, as like a pacifier, just to keep people in the illusion or delusion that they have rights, that they have freedoms.
And
That's
we
all
vote.
it is.
We don't vote.
You know,
Our vote doesn't count. That is everything is an illusion. Everything.
absolutely.
The world is a stage. Period.
Mm.
It's unreal how people can't understand when I say that. I know there's a few people in the chat that say, "Oh, not everything is fake," and da da da. Well, and generally it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, people die, people get in car accidents, people get shot, da da da. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what on everyday occasions, what they tell you, what they feed you, everything is upside down and inside out, and what is evil is good, and what is good is evil. It's all back asswards, and people don't understand that. I mean,
So
I know
again, it's
you
all.
guys in the chat do.
Did you say bass backwards?
Back asswards, yes.
Bass backwards.
Back asswards.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, spot on.
It is.
And
It's awful because people. Oh, I've got so many family members and everybody. It's
frustrating, yeah, and it's angrifying as well. And this is the thing; these things, we need. This is the thing, Michelle. And I'm quite serious about this. And I was really upset when my mum got the old elixir. I was really upset, and I was upset, but I had to let go. I had to let go because of the anger and it was the anger really, and the disappointment, etc. I had to let it go because I know that that is their weapon working on me.
Right.
What they want to do is they want to get us negative. It's part of their weaponry, is to get us angry, is to get us hateful, is to get us negative, because they know that hatred, for the likes of Bill Gates and whoever, hatred is a sin. And this is part of their weaponry, is to get us negative in everything, in thought, in actions. Jesus Christ saved me from going down a road of perpetual hate for these people, and he literally saved me from destroying myself from within. So this is why it's imperative. It doesn't mean that we don't care. It doesn't mean that we're not angry. It doesn't mean that we deep down we don't abhor the actions. We can hate the actions, but not the people. Don't stop us hating the actions. But what we need to realize is that it's another cunning psychological. We're in a psychological war. It's not a war of flesh and blood. This is a war of the spirit. This is a spiritual war, and our consciousness and our mind is our spirit. This is why we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We wrestle against ourselves and our own spirits, to keep our own spirits on that narrow path.
I agree.
So when I say we need to let go, I'm not on about we need to let go of our caring and frustration for our family and our friends and how they've been duped into this charade. Okay, we just need to let go to protect ourselves, because at the end of the day, these people that have been duped, they're going to need beacons of people that aren't the same as them, that aren't negative and angry. Because when people find out the truth, if they have the mind to, when they find out the truth, they're going to be fucking livid.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they're going to be lost.
they're going to be lost, but and that, yeah, more importantly or equally important is they're going to be lost, and they're going to be people that are calm, even though they're fucking mad, even though they're absolutely angry and livid. They're calm, they're rational, because you can only think rationally to overcome a problem or to find a solution to something when you're calm and your mind isn't beating people up.
Right.
So this is why it's so important when I say let go. Just don't just let go. People will do what they want to do. We've all got free will. We've had the free will.
Yeah, don't let it overtake your soul. Don't let it
Absolutely.
overtake your spirit. You gotta
Absolutely.
because we know what's coming. We know what's up. We can see it with our own eyes. We can feel it with our soul, and we have to be the ones. We can't let it take control.
Absolutely. And when these people, Michelle, are lost and they're looking for a hand to hold to be guided, this is where you, me, Chucky, Dub, everybody else, probably everybody in the chat. I haven't been following it, so I don't imagine a troll would last very long here. But I will say definitely everybody in the chat. This is where this is a hand that can be held out. We got the hand to offer to hold people and guide them. This is why it's so important to let go now emotionally so that we can remain rational.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And here's another one. This is a thing. If you're not 100%, healthy in body, spirit, and mind, you won't be 100% effective when it comes to helping others. Okay. Now, being unhealthy in mind means you are not 100% healthy. So to be 100% effective at helping others, we need to be 100% healthy ourselves, which is why I've just said what I've said. We need to let go of the things that are making us unhealthy. It might only be like a 10% decrease. You might only be working on 90% health because our minds are fucked, which only makes us 90% effective at helping others. We need to be 100% effective at helping others, which is why I say, please just don't dwell on the negatives. Be aware of them. Plan. We've got the best preacher, teacher, shepherd, leader, friend, brother in Jesus Christ. You know how he works. How he works in my life. He's there. He's always there when I need him, when I want him. And it's kept me rational. He's saved my life. Jesus Christ has saved my life. He saved my life. He saved my life. He saved me from probably committing suicide because I can't handle the truth. I can't handle the truth. The truth is vile. The truth is disgusting.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with? Still work with homeless, and I've worked on campaigns involving survivors of child abuse, and these are adults that have survived. They call themselves survivors, okay, but ultimately at the end of the day they have been victims, and their stories, Michelle, and you probably know some stories about how children have been abused, and this is the worst of the worst. People that abuse children, the same as they're doing now with this agenda. They're abusing children sexually as well. Now they've introduced the old genderization, but also physically through the procedures. But I've been torn to shreds about some of the stories I've heard that are so vile. I've cried for people. And it got me really, really, really down. But the only thing that kept me going was the fact that I was there as an ear for people that just wanted an ear
talking to, or a hug, or something like that, but also as a warrior for their cause, because they were, you know, it was quite a lot of people, until they're in a discomfort zone in a particular abuse, like for example sexual abuse, until they're in discomfort because they have a personal relationship with the sexual abuse, like for example they were abused or their children were abused or something like that, until they're actually put out of their comfort of not actually knowing anything about it, they completely don't get involved. And it's the same with the food crisis. People don't give a shit about homeless people starving, okay, until such time as they're starving themselves, and then they get out of their comfort zone and decide, oh, I think I'll do something about it now because I'm not comfortable, or I'm homeless because I haven't got my digital chip, and I can't pay me council tax or my government tax on my house or whatever it is, you know, my local authority tax or something like that on my house, my land tax. When they can't pay that, they will be forced out of their homes, and then they will be in the discomfort zone of being homeless, and then they'll think, oh, so this is what it's like to be homeless. No, they'll be fucking weeping and wailing, asking for help, like the homeless have been doing for decades. So people have been closeted in their comfort zones, and which is why, you know, it's a pacifier. It's a pacifier, giving people comfort. And here's another thing as well. I'm sorry to witter on, but it's just come into my head again. It's about capitalism, American-style capitalism,
Right.
which is pretty much basically the opportunities there for you to go and make money. Okay, so you can buy nice things or do whatever you want with it. Now, what have they done? They've indoctrinated the entire world with this freedom to go and make a life for yourself. Okay, to buy your house, to set up your children, which is what most parents do naturally, is to, you know, life insurance for when a parent dies and leave the house to their children. Now with this great reset, you will own nothing and you'll be happy. All that capitalism that people have spent lifetimes working in, that political monetary system, capitalism. Now the World Economic Forum are going to come and take everything away from you. Those that have bought for their children. It's a generational thing. So even capitalism has been a long, drawn-out agenda to get people to put everything, all their money and all their time and all their effort and all their energy into buying things that eventually, which they knew was going to happen, would be taken away from them. How are people going to feel? I say to people, well, what about when they come and take your house? Are you going to be angry then, or are you going to be happy like they tell you? Oh no, I'm not going to be happy. I said, well, you know, and this is talking about the chip, okay, in the right hand or in the forehead, so you cannot buy or sell. And people do that, is waking people up. Oh, I'm not going to take the chip. And I say, well, what about when you can't pay your council tax? Oh, they don't think, they haven't thought it through, see? They haven't thought, well, if I can't do that, I will be forced out of my home because I can't pay the taxes. There are contributions that people don't know. Oh, it's a contribution. A contribution is voluntary. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people just think, oh, you know, they're governed by fear. Governments, the IRS, are governed by fear. But what they're asking you for is a contribution, a tax contribution towards your income, or tax contribution to the value-added tax. The whole system, but it's voluntary. Tax is voluntary, but people are governed by fear that if they don't pay, you will be taken to court and you will be jailed if you don't pay. But by law, you don't have to pay tax. It's just governed. It's just it's overbeared by the idea that of fear of not abiding by a suggestion, a contribution. So it should be, would you like to pay income tax? No, thanks, because I know that all my money is just being spent on bombs and bullets to kill people. The whole system is it's a very clever thing, but it's only clever against those that it works on. For the likes of me and for the likes of you, it ain't that clever because I can see it. If it ain't clever to me because I can see it. But it's a very, very clever thing because it's probably enslaved probably 99 or 98% of the world, probably 99% of the world don't realize that they are sovereign entities, they are sovereign beings, they stand on their own 2 feet, they have a Christian name, a first name, they're not a Mr. Mr. is a corporate word, that means you are a corporate entity. Sir is a corporate word. Your name in full all capitals is a corporate name. It's so that you can conduct business with a corporation, because a sovereign entity, a man or a woman, as a being, cannot do commerce with a corporation. And that's why we have things like birth certificates with a number on. You're a corporation in that realm. But there's 2 realms. There's your sovereign realm and your corporate realm. It's quite it's another one of these things. These is that Chris there? Yeah, hello. It's just another one of these. Hello, Chris. How are you?
Hey, there's the audio.
Yeah,
I just waxed a fly with my Flowtron up there. That's good. Gotta love that. And I think that's why there's less flies in the world, because my Flowtron, every time I open the doors, a fly comes in. He takes care of business.
Yeah.
What's going on with you?
You sure that's not part of Operation Fly Formula? Joe Biden's
I don't know,
operation.
man. This came out in the 70s. I don't know.
Operation Fly Formula.
What's
Operation
that?
Fly Formula is a recent thing to get baby formula from Australia to America.
Oh yeah, we trust everything that comes out of Australia.
Well,
sure.
It's orchestrated by Joe Biden, so. And Operation Fly Formula is OFF, off. Well, I got something that can proceed, off.
I haven't even heard of this. Please.
Haven't you? Operation Fly Formula.
No,
yeah,
no.
It's about flying baby formula from Australia, and I think that it's a Nestle thing. I think so.
Oh, Nestle, yeah, the real lovely company. That one.
Yeah, the company that owns has a massive chunk of the world food market. Yeah, and they own the water as well, don't they? Things like that. But it's another one of these massive corporations that is all aligned with the global agenda, or should I say, the flat Earth agenda.
Yeah, I don't want to take over Michelle's panel. So I love you, Michelle. So you got to talk to the channel, the chat there. Are you just going to roll with it? We're rolling? Rolling. Yeah. All right.
We're rolling.
All right. I just thought you were going to talk to somebody in there.
No, I said hello, Chris.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hello. How you doing?
Yeah. I'm fine.
Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. We should all be fine. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger and smarter. Remember, we cannot only get stronger, we have to get smarter.
Yeah.
If they're learning from their...
No. Hold it. Chris, I want to stop you there. Do you know what the original meaning of the word smart is? The word smart.
Yeah, it hurts. Yeah.
I think we talked about this, didn't we?
I think it was me and you talking last week.
That was it. Smart is like a stinging in the shop.
Yeah, it hurts you.
It hurts. Yeah, that's smart. That hurt. That's a stinging pain. So I don't like the word smart. And all you got to do is think of smart this, smart that, smartphone, smart water.
Yeah, it's also like early American slang.
Smart grid. And again, this is wordplay in action here, because it's got the word smart on it. It's like if you put trust on your business.
You are a wordsmith, aren't you?
Well, it's by the grace of God, yeah.
I've been listening. All right. Well, so what are we talking about? I kind of, I was like 20 minutes ago, I was trying to get on, and like, I've kind of lost where you guys were and what you were talking about.
Yeah.
What I barged in on. Sorry.
No, well, personally, I was fundamentally what I'm saying is, don't let yourself get dragged down anyway. And
Right.
like that's fundamentally that's what it's all about, really, Michelle. Is
Yeah, don't let nobody do that.
yeah, when you're feeling low and things are dragging you down, please just remember that is what they want. That's part of their weaponry.
Yep.
It's
There
fear
could be
porn,
worse days.
depression porn. No, it's not even thinking like that, Chris. It's not even thinking like that.
Yeah.
It's just knowing that you are being attacked to make you feel. Now, like I say, when I said let go of your feelings, your emotional attachment to other people's actions, letting go of that doesn't mean you don't care about them. Doesn't mean you don't love them. It means you love them even more because you want to be, because you're a leader, because you're a shepherd. You need to be strong, and I say this in all sincerity, absolutely, 100%. If you're blessed with that just being as we've done, we've been blessed being able to get over all this shit that's happened over the last.
Oh, we're
3
alive,
years.
man. We're
It's
still got a
more than
smile on our face. What are we gonna do?
absolutely, yeah. But sometimes a smile wanes. Sometimes a smile wanes when the world gets heavy, and that is all by design. It's to stop us being negative, and negative in the eyes of God, as in doing things like hating and that is a sin, and everything is designed to drive us away from that and tempt us into sin. That's what it is. And as soon as people recognize how Satan works, and he uses every single thing, emotion being, it's a psychological war. We're in a psychological war. World War III is a psychological war. It began the day after, or the moment the peace treaty after World War II was signed. World War III began. The formulation of United Nations, etc., etc. Everything was put in place to formulate their army, the Satan's army, for World War III, which was a psychological operation. They're not going to go murdering, the whole of humanity. They want to coerce people into worshipping the beast, whatever the beast may be, whatever the Antichrist turns out to be. That's what they want.
Well,
and guide us away from righteousness, and guide us away from being healthy of mind, spirit, and body. So, Michelle, whenever you're feeling heavy-hearted, please just take a deep breath and think, yeah, I'm serious. I'm honestly.
She smiles a lot too.
Am I getting lectured on my own live? Really?
Yeah, because
hey, you better watch out now. Hey,
no,
from experience, get back up.
Hold it. No. I'm trucking. The wheels are falling off.
Truck.
But I'm still trucking because listen, Michelle, I sensed, because of what you said and the way you said it, I sensed that there was an element of depression. Okay, now it might have just been a little dent, but you've gotten from that 100% mental health and dipped into like a negative. And it was only because I sensed it that I raised it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any cause to raise it. I want to protect. I just want to protect you from their weapons, and one of their weapons is to make you depressed.
You know what, Richard? I totally 100% take in everything you have to say, and I think it's wonderful. No, I believe me, I'm not depressed by any means, but yeah, there's some things that come my way, but I'm a tough cookie, and But no, I really appreciate the advice, and you can always come on here and tell me, what you can guide me and push me in the right direction at any day of
Yeah.
the week.
Oh,
No,
that's very
I totally appreciate it, 100%.
Michelle,
I think actually the
awake and
instant.
aware.
Say
Say that again.
I said,
Sorry,
Michelle,
Dub's talking.
very
Hold
much
on.
awake and aware.
Or what did he say?
He said Michelle's very much awake and aware. I'm always listening for Dub.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I remember now what the instigator for what I ranted on or rambled on about was you were concerned about family and friends, and that was the thing that made me say let go. That doesn't mean,
Oh yeah, no, I just
that was it, and that was it.
I think everybody is concerned. I
Yeah,
think everybody has their own concern about their family and friends or people
Yeah, absolutely.
that are close to them that
Absolutely.
have taken the jab, or I think we all, yes, and I truly 100% believe that we can't be consumed of that because they've made their own choices. We can try to plant the seed, we can try to direct them, and we can only do what we can do by planting the seed. I did that with my own brother, and before he went to take his first jab, and I begged him. I begged him. I actually was on the phone with T at the time it happened. Do you remember that, T?
Wait a second. You were on the phone with me when what
Remember?
happened?
Don't you remember that I called? We talked to each other on the phone when my brother was on the way to get his first jab.
Oh yeah, I was like telling, no, stop him now.
I was freaking out. I was like, no, because I lived with my brother at the time.
I
But
told her,
it-
like, hey, no, you don't know. This isn't just like something normal. This is.
I was in the kitchen, and I remember him walking out the door, and he says, "I'm on my way to get my vaccine," and I was like, I didn't know what to say to him, and I was like, ugh. My whole
Where is what you say? Where? What's the address?
But
Can I come there?
Yeah, no,
Can I talk to you first?
Yeah,
You get an hour. I would have been like,
But you know what? You can't direct somebody in that way because everybody's situation's different, and you have to talk to people, and you can't just. I lived with him, and that was my.
yeah.
That's where I lived. For one, for two,
Right.
I loved him. Not loved him. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. I love him with my heart and soul. But what I'm saying is, I was like, my whole body was like in shock. And then when he left, I remember just like, I tried getting a hold of Dub, and I couldn't get a hold of him for some reason. And actually, you started talking to me, or you called me, or I called you, or I started freaking out. I was like, what do I do? And I text my brother, like, I don't know, 100 texts on the phone, and just, was begging him. I said, I know things, please don't do this, please rethink it, come home, and I will go over this with you, please, 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 and, of course it didn't stop him. He didn't want to hear what I had to say. He kind of ignored my texts, and it was over with. But yeah, you in the spur of the moment, you do react. I didn't know how to react.
You didn't know how to. We were there. I was like, hey, I was trying to tell you how to. Maybe you should try.
But it's really hard to direct somebody, because like I said, I didn't know what to do, but I did. I tried to stop him. I tried to, because I would. Of course, I wouldn't be able to really live with myself if I didn't try to do something about it and just let him do it. But at the same time, you can only do what you can do, and then and like you were saying, Richard, you have to. you have to accept what you can't control, and and
it's in the past.
Well, you can't.
We can be there to pick up the pieces. That's
Right.
that's
right.
That's sort of good. That's
If what
parents.
happens afterwards, we don't know. But at least we try. We thought we were doing the right thing and trying to stop him. That's the truth. Okay, and we still think that. And matter of fact, because of all the side effects and things that they're trying to hide from us with all these fake wars. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway,
that's the time to bring out the "I told you so" T-shirt.
Right.
No.
That was a joke. No, that was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
No, because
Michelle, how's your brother now?
Huh?
Hopefully, well.
How is your brother now? Has he sort of woken up to the agenda, or is he still?
No. He's all about doing what he's supposed to do.
Yo.
By the government.
I'm sure of course, I'm miles. I mean, I'm states away from him. So, but I left that atmosphere because I knew I needed to be around. I left the state of Michigan. I got, he's a beautiful man, and we got along perfectly and everything, and he means so well, but he's all about following the rules.
Yeah.
Hell.
Safety. I don't know how else to say that, but I'm sure he's double boosted, or who knows. I mean, my whole family that back in Michigan was all about it.
Yeah.
And I knew that I was going to be a big outcast eventually, and I was there solely fighting with everybody surrounding me, just knowing everybody else was like, oh, and I'm just like, oh no. I just had to get away from it, because I just knew eventually it probably wouldn't be a good thing. And I wanted to keep my relationship with them, if that makes any sense.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
My love for them means more to me than having that division.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, you've left yourself open to being approached if, hopefully when, their eyes are opened. It's like I say, you're a guiding light. And when they do say, well, Michelle, you were right. You did tell us so. What can we do? And then you just say, well, whatever you think they should do, pray, come to Jesus, and whatever it is. But you're that light that needs to remain 100% rational thinking,
right,
and emotionally not affected in a negative way by all the shit they're throwing at us.
Right.
So at least he knows where there is a light for him, and that is you. So that's the most important thing, is being a beacon for those that are lost. It's as simple as that, really. So
it feels good to be an outcast, so it's okay. You know what I mean? They don't know what they're missing. All these weirdos and all these people that think that everybody loves them and stuff, and the government loves them. They look out for us. They love us so much. When you realize, when you go back and look at all the people that were wearing a mask and everything, I'm wearing a see-through mask, literally, for the most pandemic. You could ask Joe. Ask Joe. You see my mask. It's so hilarious. So I'm letting you know that these people are all wackadoos. They follow. They have. What's the line is what I want to know. Where is their line? When are they going to become the outcasts? You see,
now this is the thing. This is one thing. Well, they got this when people are taken out of their comfort zone, Chris. Now, what I'm promoting at the moment, and I've been for quite a while, is a great reset. Not a lot of people have heard of the Great Reset, because it's not a thing that the mainstream news promotes. They don't. No, so nobody's heard of it. I was talking with police. I've asked so many police, have you heard of the Great Reset? You don't get yeah. I've met one person, and he was a street busker. And I said to him, have you heard of the Great Reset? And he said, yeah. And I said, you will know nothing, you'll be happy. He turned around and he said, oh, that's all a conspiracy theory. Now, the mainstream are pushing the Great Reset, when they are, as being a conspiracy theory. That's all he understood about the Great Reset, was it was a conspiracy theory. So then I go on to the fact that, right, I can correlate this
How
with...
is it a conspiracy theory?
Because the news have told him that you will own that... Because in say again?
Show you any reason for his theory?
No. I couldn't be asked with him, to be honest, Chris. Once he said it's a conspiracy theory, I looked at him and I said to him, like, you go on the World Economic Forum's website and you check it yourself. But this is a street busker, okay, and he'd sort of taken a break from his performance.
Okay.
And then, as soon as he seen that I was a crackpot conspiracy theorist, because the mainstream had told him that you will own nothing and you will be happy was bullshit, he just, and he wouldn't entertain even me saying, well, go on the World Economic, I'm going to ask Klaus Schwab, is it real? I thought, right, why I'm wasting my time here? But that's the only person. That's the only person.
I want to interrupt real quick. I'm sorry, Richard. Hi, Nutkin. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome back, Shay. Welcome back, Chuck Middleton. Thank you for coming back. And
hey.
I wanted to say hi to Nutkin. I hadn't seen him in such a long time. So
Nutkin.
Nutkin Fox.
There's Yo, of course. Yo. What's up?
That's a good bit of wordsmith in there, Nutkin.
All right. Well,
welcome back, Tanya. I'm gonna get used to that now. Tanya.
Well, when it comes to the word conspiracy theory and being called it, I always I'm a thinker. Okay, now there are such a thing as conspiracies. Where people conspire, two or more people conspire together to do something that's not right. That's a conspiracy. So theory is a thinking, concocting a thought. Okay, that's a theory.
Yeah.
Okay. People confuse the facts that conspiracies happen, and there are many going on right now as we speak.
Yeah,
they're not theories, because theories are thoughts and not really provable, but facts are provable in a court of law.
Oh,
you see, that's what a fact is. See, so a conspiracy fact would be probably the best term, when it comes to these people. So I would always combat them with that, and then they just call you a nutter. So it's a lose-lose. Go ahead.
Conspiracy investigator.
Well, we were named that by the CIA in the 60s or whatever. Thank you. Thank you for calling us that so we could be labeled for the rest of our lives.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, Chuck.
What you want to look for in people, honestly, is I always go back to, and I think it's Colossians, the fruits of the Spirit. This is the personality of God. He talks about meekness, compassion, long-suffering, and gentleness. How many people do you know?
Love, peace, joy, patience, kindness, gentleness, long-suffering, and self-control. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
No, I mean, but look at that. That's how many people do you know like that?
Not many.
That's amazing.
Yeah, good.
But just
good
to have compassion and to be gentle, being gentle. I mean, and meekness is not weakness. Meekness is
strength.
It's about being wise, you know.
Absolutely.
And
Humble.
remember love, which is the most important.
Yeah.
But without self-control, you have no love. So go ahead.
Now that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Chuck. That was perfect, actually. When you can align, when somebody can align a conspiracy,
yeah, but
with a bit of scripture, and for me, that you did it. You did it. I thank you for that.
How many of you guys know people out here that have big channels or little channels? It doesn't matter the size of your channel, but that are arrogant, that are proud, that are puffed up, that you can't tell them anything. They have zero wisdom. It's just, I don't know, I mean, how to explain it, but, I mean, it's like arrogance and pride. That's the opposite of what you want to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
We should pray for him. Right?
Here's the thing. About praying for somebody, is it correct? Is it right to pray for somebody? Sort of bearing in mind that if they don't ask for a prayer, you're actually forcing something on them that they might not want.
If they don't want it, shake the dust off your feet. Move on.
Yeah, but if we're saying a prayer, let's imagine you're saying a prayer for somebody that got a channel, that you've never met, you've never had a conversation with them, you never interacted with them, but just out of the blue, we say, well, let's just pick somebody. Let's pick Klaus Schwab and say, well, let's say a prayer for Klaus Schwab. What if he doesn't actually want a prayer? Are we forcing our will on him? I'm just plucking
what
out
we're going to do is our folks our love on him. There's a difference. See, love and will are two different things. It's not my will that he's, I'm just, I hope he repents, That's not forcing my will on him. It's forcing love. It's actually without love, you can get nothing accomplished in the prayer world. Okay, nothing. If it's not in his will, it ain't gonna work. In all actuality,
Hey,
his will is all about love.
Here's the key, real quick. In Romans, it talks about there's a certain point where somebody is given over to a reprobate mind. They're given up by God. Now we don't know when that point is, but that point is there. Certain people are done. Stick a fork in them, they're done. That's
right. Well, they can't even see how their agendas and their plans are faulty, and how their operations from the very freaking beginning are found out, and they don't see how they have made a mistake, and they continue with it.
They're blind. They can't see it. They're blind.
That's right. Go ahead.
Nah, that's it. You go on. You're on a roll. Go ahead.
On a roll.
On a roll.
Toilet roll.
So see, we were to pray for our enemies, is what the Bible said, right?
Yeah, I'll say.
I know it's a hard thing to do. Jesus said hard things, though. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you also want to shake the dust off your feet and move on.
Right.
You want to not spread your pearl among swine.
Right.
Obviously. Nice one, Chuck. Thank you for that. Thank you
if we don't warn the sinner of his sin, right, and he fails to receive the message, we are now absolved of that. Now, that was a hard teaching, was it not?
You picked up an Old Testament one right there, didn't you?
No, that was New Testament. That was Jesus speaking, boy. Woo! You better watch out. I love you.
I thought you were talking about the watchman. That if the watchman doesn't warn of what's coming, then the blood on his hands. But
no. That's not the watchman. That's us. We don't warn the sinner. I mean, we're just as bad.
We're all just
we
as
see
bad.
the sin. It's right in front of us. They're doing it. Hey, I can't pass you a Bible. You know, hey, can I talk to you for a second? This is how we all should be. We should all
none
want
none
that.
of us
You know what
none
I
of
mean?
us
We
are
have
any
a
good.
problem in the world. It's called sinfulness, right?
Yeah.
Sure, we give up after trying. After we get our elder, remember that? That's Old Testament. Go ahead.
Hey, none of us are any good. If it says there are
No,
none
we've
good.
all fallen short.
Yeah, we've all fallen
However,
short.
In the glory of God.
however, are we better than we used to be?
Yes.
There
I'm
you
not
go.
even the same man.
Wait,
Absolutely.
real quick. I wanted to say hello to Lisa. I wanted to say good night to Mitz. Thank you so much, Mitz. And
Good night, Mitz.
I wanted to say, Nuckin, we missed you too. Well, I'm so glad you're here, Nuckin, because this is what Nuckin said real quick, guys. He says, "Man, I miss this chat." So he's enjoying the chat. He's enjoying the show, and that makes me feel very good. And God bless you, Mitz. I love you. Miss you. I'm so glad that you can make it. Give a big hugs to your new bambino, please. She how old is he now? Anyway, she had a baby not too long back, and
Congratulations.
he's doing well. And yeah, and Mitz is really good people, so I am so glad to see her because she very rarely makes it. So love you, Mitz, and God bless you. Really, take care.
Hey, Michelle, Mitz made a comment. I don't know, a minute ago. Do you think you could highlight it? It's the dear Lord bless all those
Who did?
who are here. Could you bring that one up?
Oh,
I just think it was just a beautiful comment.
from who?
Mitz.
Let's see. Right here.
Scroll up.
That's the one. That's the one.
Let's say, dear Lord, bless all who are here with us. You know what's in
our hearts and
heart.
in our minds and our souls and in our thoughts. Please keep them pure. Focus on you and the mindful of others. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Praise the Lord.
That's, love
Praise.
you.
Yeah, thank you for that. That's fundamentally it's a medicine, isn't it?
I'm gonna keep
Medicine.
that up for a while.
Medicine.
Well, prayer is a medicine.
Absolutely.
In all actuality, it has the power to cure.
Beautiful.
Your words have power, people.
It's the faith behind the prayer.
Absolutely.
Well,
And
you become like
let me just
a
say,
new person, and then
this has been
then your words have this power, and you mess up a lot. And you're a human being, right? And you have this human condition, and it's called a spiritual enemy, and it attacks everyone. You say it doesn't attack you, you're a liar. It attacks everyone.
It does.
Let me just say this.
Go ahead.
Let me just say this. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just wanted to get a few words in, and you guys can continue on. I love it. I think this is great. But I want to just say thank you to everybody for participating in the chat and just the great aura, the great flow that we have.
It's a good flow tonight.
Oh, I couldn't be more happier with this live tonight, and I just want to thank everybody for being here. You guys are awesome. Everybody.
No negative stuff towards anybody.
Oh, everybody's so positive.
No, love everybody.
It's been great.
Yeah, love everybody.
Yeah, it's been awesome. So I want to really thank everybody for being here. And now you guys got the show going.
No, Michelle. We want to thank you. We want to thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Making it possible for me not to have a live stream
making
tonight.
it possible for us.
Thank you so much. Even though I'm on here, that's okay. I don't have to do any work. That's nice.
I love everybody. So everybody be here. Everybody that's here, I'm very thankful for.
We love you more.
Yeah, so
We love you more.
You guys are
Yeah,
awesome.
don't go hiding. I'll come find you. Just remember that.
Oh, I ain't going hiding. I'm right here. I'm enjoying it. I'm sitting here enjoying you guys, and yeah. So everything's good. Everything's all good here. You guys continue on, and my
All
chat
right.
my chat continue on. I'm so thankful you guys are all here. For real. Thank you, Yo Laserbeam. Thank you for coming on my show.
Yeah, thanks, Flo. But yes, Laser Beam,
I
that was a good.
appreciate you so much and appreciate all the information. And you just,
Speaking of, can I say something?
Absolutely.
Lord in heaven, we pray over this live stream and the people that watch the live stream, and we pray that it stays up in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Thank you, Lord. Thank you. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, we pray that it stays up.
Oh, it's staying up. Yeah, I would like to see them take this down for. I'm enjoying.
It's a good one.
This is a really good one. It's it's just the feeling is so good. I can't explain it. I just feel so blessed. I mean, I really do. I really do feel blessed.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, absolutely.
We lost Chuck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
There is a common denominator here, and it's where two or more are gathered together in His name.
There he is.
There it is. Absolutely. So the energy is all that, really. It's can't be anything else, really, can it? And I think I said to you, Chris, when I popped on your live stream, this divine meetings, people thousands of miles from each other meeting. It's
They happen every day, brother.
It happens every day, and his flock are not only growing, they're also coming together. Rather than being independently cut off from 100 miles away. This is that sort of enabled us to connect as one.
It's still. What's so funny? This is my problem, and I it's probably just me. Okay, maybe it was one of you in the chat, or you let me know or whatever. But I have a problem with the unity. You know what I mean? There's no unity when it comes to the body of Christ in a whole. Now maybe little chat rooms and little people, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, and maybe that's how it's meant to be. You know what I mean? But the true unity of Christ is what I'm saying. I haven't found it, but I live in Vegas, so that's kind of like maybe that's the excuse. Like I said, it's probably just me.
Do you reckon it's a possibility that well, I know this is a factual thing, but it's Christians, a lot of Christians aren't born again Christians, they're just
right. That's what my problem is. My problem is they can't relate to me. Okay,
because they're not
because they haven't changed at all, and they're like saying, I don't get it, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Well, it's like this weird feeling I had in my back, and I couldn't lose it for two days, and I'm like, I was like a high that I never experienced in my whole life, and never will. You know what I mean? Like that. It's like I don't understand. It's like the weirdest thing ever when that happens.
Oh, absolutely.
And I wasn't the same person after that.
Absolutely, same here.
All my thoughts and feelings and everything that I really I held dear, was like, wait a second here. I used to, like, women. You know what I mean? Sorry, no offense, Michelle. I'm.
So you like men now?
No, it wasn't like that. I knew that was going to come next. I knew that was coming. I was just waiting for that one.
Come out with that. Sorry.
I know. No, it wasn't that either. It's like I went into the He-Man Woman
Walked
Haters
into
Club
that one.
because I know. I was waiting for it actually. I was like, I threw the football up. You gonna catch it or what?
I was like, I couldn't resist that one. Sorry.
I know. Okay, so no, I became the He-Man Woman Haters Club because my heart got hurt many times. And I focus more on God, focus more on my life, and selling drugs and doing all kinds of stuff. You never know what I was up to. You really didn't. And so I was kind of a bad boy back then, but things were changing. Weird things were happening. So don't count yourself out. If you're a young Christian, you just having problems, losing something or forgetting something, or forgetting not to do something. You know what I mean? Or you're giving in to temptation. Just keep giving it to God. That's it. Because eventually, you're going to have all of it conquered. And there's only a limited amount of temptations there is out there. You know what I'm saying? It's not once you conquer all of them, they're kind of like dead. So don't give up the fight, because it is a fight, a good fight of faith, and that's what it is. It's a fight.
I don't see it as a fight anymore. I don't see it as a fight.
You don't
anymore.
see it as a fight?
No, not for me.
Okay.
Not for me.
It was once.
It was. I wouldn't call it a fight. I call it. It was a difficult period coming to terms with things like forgiveness. That was the hardest thing. Understanding forgiveness.
All right. Right. You had hatred issues or something.
The number of times I've murdered people in my thoughts. I would be in hell now, but and I was saved from that. Just by appreciating what I was doing was as good as doing it in real life. So, but yeah, I'm not in a fight anymore. I'm just,
free.
I'm treading. I'm absolutely 100% free, and I don't need to fight anything. The temptation comes into my head. I don't need to fight it. I just say, it's not even a fight. It's just. It'll come in. That's the devil at work. It's I'll tempt you to feel bad about this or feel hatred about that. But no, I just say, fuck off, get out of my head, please.
Yeah, resist the devil and he'll.
Absolutely. So it's getting to a point where.
Can I ask this, Richard?
Yeah.
We haven't seen anything yet. We've seen a lot. Oh, somebody's getting a phone call. My question is we really haven't seen anything yet. I mean, we know what's on its way. We know what's coming. We haven't begun to see
the worst,
the real hard times.
Yeah.
And so how do you,
what's the worst thing you can think of, Michelle, that is likely to happen? Is it perhaps, for me, the worst thing would be pain. Torture and pain. That's the worst they can do. Well, I practice starvation, and all you do is a peaceful death, really. You just end up with so little energy that moving is nothing. This is the time you just fall asleep in the arms of Jesus. That's what he's there for, to carry us through those specific times. But if we
put your armor on,
it's always on. Yeah, it's always up. The shield is always up.
You know what that armor is, guys. Okay.
I'm working on sharpening my sword. Which is the word.
Just remember, he's your armor. He's your answer. He's your everything.
Absolutely.
If you make him your all in all,
absolutely this. Yeah.
Okay. If you make him your one answer for everything from a lost freaking wallet to you, this person is bothering me,
Yeah.
to everything else, okay, it's game over for the devil.
Absolutely.
It's game over.
Absolutely.
And that's what you're experiencing. That's where peace you're living in right now, because you made him your answer.
That's called freedom. Yeah. And that's what I'm living in. I'm living in freedom, all thanks and praise, and all humbleness, really. Because why I say pain is, I remind myself really of what he suffered at the end, and that must have been, I put myself in that position of what that would be like. Just
you
because
ready to drink the cup? Huh, Peter? Sorry. Just trying to give you just giving you a Bible reference. That's all. Yeah. Drinking in the cup. Yeah. I will indeed drink the cup. You will drink.
I thought I could hear somebody.
Yeah, you will
I thought I could hear somebody in the background.
It's probably my fan.
Yeah. But when it comes to dealing with what I expect, which is persecution, and perhaps I'll get somebody at my door. I think we've gone through this, putting a bullet to my, holding a gun to my head, and I'll say to them, listen, please do it. I fucking hate this world.
Yeah, everywhere I look is a nightmare. So, hey, Lord, if they come take me out today, I'm like, hey,
but ultimately,
to live is Christ and to die is gain.
Ultimately, God decides when we die.
That's right.
So,
it's not in their time. They can't even choose it for us. Things will happen to them before it'll happen to us.
Yeah. So I've
certain time frames we all die. I believe that.
And I got
some angels over you.
Yeah, I got a time limiting illness, so so I've sort of got into this habit now, really appreciating.
Wow.
Waking up.
Well, you know what? Let's put it you like this. I guess you better make the days count.
Absolutely, yeah. And I'm here for a reason.
Do the good you got to do,
And if the reason I'm here was to just have this chat and then say everything that God wants me to say and put out there, and then He takes me away,
why not?
Then so be it. But I'd like to be here to face.
Are you feeling like you want to help in the fight against the
Oh, absolutely.
See, that's how I am too. I'm not going nowhere. You're gonna have to kill me or something. You know what I mean? 'Cause, whatever.
Absolutely. I'm here. I'm standing.
I wanted to butt in real quick and say good night to Chuck Middleton. He dropped out. I'm sure he's probably.
Good night, Chuck.
He's probably.
God bless you, my
have
friend.
a good week, Chuck, and thank you for being here. And I love you, brother.
Yeah. God bless you, Chuck. Catch up.
Yeah.
So
anyway,
we all have our path,
hopefully you heard that.
I mean, the biggest frustration is waiting for it to happen. Really, waiting for the knock on the door and a bullet in the head.
Well, here's the way I look at it. They have the power of the enemy. They have the power of deception. They have the power of the media. They have the power of the government and the power of the freaking state. The power of New World Order. Thank you very much. And they have all this power, but they don't have power like God has power. Their power and Satan's power really is limited to deception and swindling and making people sick in a way, what I mean, because they're given over to so we got a bunch of crap here, what I mean, and they think that they have power over everybody. Well, God is way like, all right. Let me explain something. You know, a lot of people think that this is all happening and God is not powerful. Well, he's extremely powerful. He'll change a heart.
Absolutely.
He can change the heart of the enemy. You know what I mean? He'll make them run in fear from you. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I witnessed. Guaranteed.
Oh, absolutely. Same here. I mean, I've got so many testimonies of calling on God and Him intervening in not only my
every time
my confrontations, but I pray for other people when they've been up confrontations and something miraculous has happened. Somebody else has stepped in that can handle a situation, because I can't get involved in violence. I have to stand back from violence. I'm getting involved.
You can't get in violence. I mean, man, I got weapons. Okay, I'm never gonna go shooting them at some human being. Now we got some robots walking around the streets, friggin', taking guns and stuff. He's trying to kill people. I don't know, man. I'd probably go against the robots. Yeah, that'd probably be.
Yeah.
That would probably be if my shooting skills are anything for it. That's what.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to kill no human beings.
Oh, absolutely.
Go into violent mode.
Absolutely not. But this is where I think the power of God will step in if I'm faced with an adversary that's out to kill me. Is I just, like I said it on your live stream, Chris, I will just look them in the eyes and then God will do the rest. I will speak a bit, but I will look them in the eyes, and that is soul to soul. And and Jesus Christ will do the rest.
He does every time. I mean, no matter what, all right, look, I am a person that is sometimes forgetful. Okay. Sometimes very messy. Like if I'm in a project or something's going on, best believe there's like 40 things on the bed. Things are getting moved around and things are always messed up. You know what I mean? It's just how it is. I got to dig my way through the floor to this other project. You know what I mean? Like, what the heck is going on here? So sometimes I get messy. So that's where, things are.
We've got a lot in common, Chris, you and me.
Yeah.
I'm a listener.
I got stuff going on. Yeah.
I'm a list maker.
I think we all have stuff going on.
Yeah.
Well, I heard your stuff going on last week, whatever that was. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead and push it, Chris.
I'm about to push my way out here.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good.
No need to keep bringing it up.
I think we all have our moments.
It's down.
Oh yeah.
We're here to
get
forget.
To the job. I'll be back. Right?
You're supposed to be on my side, not against me. Got it?
Who's against you? What are you talking about?
Just you're supposed to be making things better, just going with the flow, not taking any jabs.
Sorry. Okay. All right. All right. Here it is, Michelle. Listen. I'm so sorry, Michelle. I didn't mean to do it. Are you okay?
You know I'm okay. I don't take no shit.
I love you. That's hilarious. All right. All right. That's funny stuff. All right. So, yeah, even through all things.
Strong-willed woman.
Well, we have experienced that in the past and in present. So what's going on with you, Michelle?
We are all on the same side. No jabby jabs here. Nothing says.
No, we don't need no jabs.
We don't do no jabby jabs.
Matter of fact, we're gonna deny them from now on. All jabs.
Yeah, I can remember a time when jab was a boxing punch.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that anymore.
It's not anymore, is it?
It has a new meaning.
Absolutely. Jab.
Well, there's multiple meanings. It's it's good jab like that.
How long has a
The
jab been a needle? Do you know? My mum is 77. She
Okay.
works for the National Health Service, the NHS. She's 77. She still works. She works in a maternity ward. And I said to her, a year ago, something like that. I said, "Mum, jab. Since when was a jab a needle?" And she said, "Well, as long as I can remember."
It
But,
might be an English slang, okay, because there's a lot of that too from the England area. There, you have your own English. You've put your own spin on it. So like jab and certain English words are said in a different way than we would say them, or we've taken our we're only looking at it from our perspective. You have to understand, you know what I mean? So it's probably that we've taken, or it was always the word jab for that. I don't know. It was probably just used for that.
I'll look it up on. I use Merriam-Webster because they do like the
right,
like the etymology of words. So it'll tell you the origins of words. Like is where I got the etymology for smart goes back to something like the 15th century German Smerten, which basically means pain. And then smart as intelligent or commonsensical or clever is only a recent thing in comparison to what the original meaning of the word is. Like the rainbow used to be a symbol of God's pledge not to flood the earth.
Right. Yeah.
Sort of thing. And now it is a symbol of
gay pride.
Well, it's that, and also it's the NHS. It's part of the NHS's the National Health Service, a great United Kingdom, is part of their symbology now. So there's a wicked web of rainbowism. But God's rainbow has 7 colors, as we know,
Well,
and the old gender confused rainbow is only 6 colors. So they're not fully compos mentis there. I don't know why they've got a 6-color rainbow and not God's rainbow. So I take a bit of solace knowing that. But
I wonder what the brown is for. I'm just kidding. It's hilarious. Anyhow, moving on. I wonder what that represents. Anyhow.
Okay, we're not going to get vulgar on my channel.
That's hilarious.
Nothing to do with fudge or. It's laughable. It's quite laughable.
It is. It's hilarious. The whole thing, the world we're living in, is like an upside down world where right is wrong, left is right.
Up is down.
Black is white.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just never ending. You never find the end of it. Now I've been searching for the end of it. Right? I know Danny's been searching for the end, but this crap just never ends. It's like the never-ending story. Like Nutreu there. I know Yo's still listening somewhere. Okay. All right. Well, the Nutreu. That's what. All right. So yeah, it's a never-ending story. We're sitting here with a flying dog that freaking going. No, not that never-ending story. And we're talking about the never-ending hypocrisy of the modern day. You know what I mean? The never-ending upside-down world that we're living in. The news stories are lies. Come on, the news stories. This is news. No, they're lies.
Right, here we go about jab. I've just found this on. This is Merriam-Webster. jab. First use was 1820. First use of the word was 1825, and it was used as, well, it's a quick, abrupt, or forceful thrust or stab, especially with something pointed. An act of jabbing, or specifically a short, straight boxing punch delivered with the leading hand.
Right.
So
So the sharp object came first.
no, I think they both came at the same time, according to this.
Okay. It says
It's also there's another meaning for it, a pointed.
What came first, the jab or the jab? Go ahead.
Well, it's actually the forceful thrust or stab, especially with something pointed. That is the act of.
That came first before the.
Well, it's higher on the list. But it's still classed.
The first.
It's still the definition one.
Wow.
Right.
So hey, I don't want to get jabbed. And I don't think anybody. I want to know if your brother, Michelle. I know it's going to be a sticky subject. If he's going for another boost, he's fourth booster. Is that what it was? You said that? Yeah, 4 boosters.
No, I don't know for sure because I haven't asked him. I don't. That's something that but for the way he lives his life and how he's a sheep.
Straight laced, believing the mainstream media.
Yes. Well, he watches his CNN every day.
Right.
That kind of tells you he's ex-military, but he's just really repetitious about everything. And he did tell me at one time that we were getting ready to go to a funeral, and he was talking about he didn't want to even go because there was too many people. And I said something, I can't remember what I said, but he says, well, you know how much this virus means to me. And I was like, I couldn't get that in my head right. I was like, and I said, yes, I understand that. But so I can only guesstimate that he's
fifth wave.
That he's been fully vaccinated and boosted up because his whole family, my nieces and nephews, have done the same.
Yeah.
So, but I've had, and I've told everybody this a million times. I've known 4 people, not family members, but I've known 4 people real time. I've known 4 people that have passed away of the jab. That's real time.
Well, there you go. That's enough. That's the reason there to deny all that stuff.
That's a high percentage.
I mean,
I think can I just, what they should do with the boosters is every time they introduce a new one, the letter O in booster, they should add another O. So if they're on their second one, the next one will be so they can use 2 O's. So you've got the booster. Then when the third one comes out,
but
they should add another O and call it the booster.
Okay, but we do have to be careful. Dub just reminded me we do have to be careful what we say. Since I have 2 strikes on my main channel for medical disinformation.
We don't know nothing about this. This is all your.
I'm talking about the boxing jabs.
Yeah, that kind of jab. We're talking about
but those boxers. My brother was an ex-boxer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Oh, it wasn't the first one. It was the second one. Dang it. Yeah.
Wow.
Come on, get with it. YouTube, false alarm. We're good. Anyhow, that's good. Right. Yeah, we got to avoid conversations like
the
that
boxing,
because of certain.
Yeah, we probably
Yeah,
get
yeah,
off the
good.
boxing
Good thinking.
trivia.
Good thinking.
Trivia.
I'm not a doctor. I'm a stonemason. I bash rocks. So I'm not even. I'm not even qualified to put a sticky plaster on a cut. So, you know.
Yeah.
Anything that is
Yeah,
medical information, I
we're
don't.
gonna have to avoid their crap, but in all actuality, we're gonna have to deny their crap, as well. And every single narrative, every single freaking news cycle, everything, just deny it all, no matter what it is. Really? Can you prove that to us? Is it what? How did it go down? Do you have any video? We got anything going on? What exactly happened? Do you have a man on the ground? Is he there yet? We got to be like that. We got to be like a pain in their ass. That's what we got to be like.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Danny, you're funny. Danny,
let's go proactive. Me a pain in their butt. Calling them up like, hey, I hear that there's this, and just getting hundreds of phone calls a day. That's what they need.
Danny says, I'd like to cut of your jib. I like the cut of your jib.
What is the jib?
The jib
I don't even know what that is.
The jib is the job that of the Cerveza
Steve Jobs.
Thing that we're talking about.
Yeah, I just refer to it as the old thing.
But
people.
Earlier, Nuckin was saying that it's we have to be vigilant. We have to be strong. We have to like you were saying, Richard. But also, what I think the emotional, the psychological thing that will happen to the children and the family when things get really bad, that's going to be the pain that to see like my son, my child, if that's what's going to be the
tough.
Yeah. When
What?
you have children and the pain of your children is
This is where like emergency mode comes in. If I don't like the sight of blood. I'm not, but I've come across a few times blood. People just are not thinking about blood. I'm looking at it, but I'm not thinking about my inability to tolerate it. I'm just in automatic mode of doing what I can do to help. So emotionally, I'm detached from it. I'm just like in sort of like controlled panic mode. Nothing really matters. Not even my, unliking of the sight of blood. It doesn't come into my psyche automatically. It takes over that, right, there's somebody with a fucking great gash on their leg. This is one thing that I've got to, because I'm there, I've got to address it and dress it. So it's when that emergency happens, it is just automatic mode to do what you can and do what you know to help out. So I don't think dwelling on anything even would come into the mind, would it? Maybe, well, what should I do? But it's not sort of contemplating anything but getting that person safe and well. By intuition. This is where intuition.
But see, the funny thing is, I searched for blood for like 3 years, like literally, and didn't find it. Like for real.
I don't know. I just don't know how I can. I don't know how to. I don't know. I mean, I know what I want to do. Okay, T, answer the phone. I'm just kidding. But I don't know how I would react. I do know how I would react, but how can you control watching the suffering of your child? How?
Well, what type of? I mean, if your child tripped over and grazed their knee, you
Well,
wouldn't.
my child
You
is
know,
38 years old, so
38.
yeah, I'm
little
only
old for
39, so
tripping over.
he's almost older than me.
Well,
Probably bigger.
If your old child tripped over, you'd just rush to them. There wouldn't be a thought apart from getting to them and you know, embracing them and do whatever it needs to be done to get them on their feet. So that's the instinct. It's not just of a mother; it's a father as well. But it's also people that
Their brothers
don't
and
like
sisters.
brothers and sisters and brethren. Yeah, you know, it's an intuition. Animals do it. Intuition. They, you know,
Lick wounds, yeah.
elephants and you know they will rush to the defense and rescue of another elephant. It's a natural intuition, and we're no different in that respect.
Well,
So
Nuckin says, I think if we were talking about them starving, that's what would get to him. Tanya said, are you a rare blood type or something? I don't know who she's asking.
I am.
I'm a very rare blood type myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to know.
Rhesus D negative me, which is I think it's the rarest.
I'm a negative. I'm RH negative.
Are you same as me?
Yeah.
15% of the world's population apparently is.
I ain't a blood donor either.
No, I can't. Well,
No,
I can't. Anyway,
I
but I
won't be
wouldn't
one of
know.
those. I ain't gonna be getting near no doctor, no. You know, if something happens to me, it'll be at home. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? I'm just like, you know what? Either I get through it or I don't, you know, but I'm not,
Absolutely.
I will never see a doctor again in my entire life.
Absolutely.
Never.
Here's one thing. Here's one. Can I say this a minute? This is one thing about I question Christians about this, and it was about you've superseded God's will by trying to be saved by the intervention of man. Now God will decide.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I question some very, very.
I have
deep,
a great physician. Yeah.
You know, and here's the thing: you can't save a life. You can prolong life, but you cannot save a life because we're all destined to die from this shitty world.
Right.
But so all this, get your thing, wear your mask, and you can save a life. You can't save lives. Only Jesus Christ can save life. All man can hope to do is prolong life. So saving lives is a fallacy. It's a load of bullshit. You can't save lives. Man cannot save lives. A doctor cannot save lives. What they can do is prolong it, eke it out.
Well, I kind of look at that. Back in 2005, I had.
And they can't do that.
Back in 2005, I had a stomach aneurysm, which 99.9% people do not survive of. And the doctor told me that I was luckier than somebody that won the $90 million Powerball because I survived. And then like 2 years later, I found out that my ex-sister-in-law's husband died of the same thing. So I don't know, but I come to think it wasn't my time.
Well, you're here now. Probably without doubt, in the history and modern history, this is the most. Well, I'll just use the word bizarre time ever. You're here, Chris. You're here. We've got the common interest. We've got the common.
What I do?
Well, we're here to praise the Lord and you know.
Yeah.
Well,
more
than.
And
we're here at the most crucial time. We're here at the most crucial time in modern man history. So you know, you know, you can. I look upon it as saying, listen, God will choose when I die. Michelle, He kept you going till now, and you sort of turned out. He's kept you for the right time. He's kept you for this time because of who you are and what you are
That makes me smile.
and what you are now.
That makes me smile for some reason. That makes
He
me
knows how
smile
to swim them, doesn't he?
I never. let me tell you this. I never. All of my life. Okay, I'm. If anybody doesn't know how old I am, you know, I'm 56 years old.
Wow.
But all of my life, I never knew what you would say my calling was. I didn't know, you know, what my purpose was. I struggled with that all of my life, but I was like, you know, everybody's like, oh yeah, well I do this, and I'm, you know, I'm successful in this, and you know, I think I'm successful as a person, but even more now, as far as now I know what my calling is, what my purpose is, and I feel it's trying to put out the truth. And
it's a little bit more than that, Michelle.
I become.
It's a little bit more, Michelle. It's more than just putting out the truth. It's more than putting out the truth. You're here to more than put out the truth. You're here more to put out the truth. You're here to guide those that are lost. And I'm not, you know, when the shit does hit the fan, the truth, you know, the truth won't matter. All people are just going to be be led, guided, and okay, to put the truth out, yeah, the truth is Jesus Christ saves. Come with me. But it's not just about putting out all this bullshit truth that we're talking about now. Your ultimate goal, as I see it, your ultimate role is to lead people to Christ and to do
one form or another. Yeah,
do what He would to do His will and to be Him, to do what He will do, and that is to take the hand of those that are lost and guide them. This is why I say it's so important to let go of things now, because when the shit does hit the fan and people are looking around like zombies, not knowing what to do, where to go, you're there. Please come with me, and you'll be calm as a cucumber. You'll be calm as a cucumber. You'll be like Jesus Christ. He didn't really raise his voice to get his message across.
He didn't have to.
He didn't have to. He didn't need a megaphone to shout and be heard. He just spoke. And this is how I feel. And you ain't going to be any different to me, because you and me are like that. Okay? Same as you, Chris. Same as Chucky. You know, we're of the same body. This is it. This is it. This is it.
Stone
That's
process,
how it works. That's how Jesus Christ works.
Growing seed.
Richard.
Yes, my friend.
Can I? Tanya said that you're amazing, and I wanna duplicate that.
Yeah. Let me tell you, Tanya, Michelle. It's not me that's amazing. It's the Jesus in me. That's amazing. Because outside of, if I didn't have Jesus in me, you wouldn't say, Richard, you're amazing.
I know that you're in the flesh, but I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
And Danny, you're older than 33, and you're younger than 666. Just kidding. Everybody's pulling up like how old they are in the chat.
Oh,
so
I'm 51.
That, you know, and I just think that's
Don't tell Trevor.
Yeah, I'm 911.
It's just funny. I wanted to say that.
Yeah, but it's like I said.
You're right, brother. Okay, we are to magnify and portray Jesus Christ. We are to lead people to Jesus Christ, whether it be ever so blunt as I used to, or ever so mild as I do now. You know what I mean? we are to do it, because not we're earning our way. We've already received our way. It's not. Because we love humanity itself. Because God
Oh,
created
absolutely.
it in His own image, right? And everyone, including the Gateses and the haters in the world and everybody else's, they're they're all there. You know what I mean? But we were made different, and our power isn't in hatred. Our power isn't in unforgiveness. Our power isn't in any of that stuff.
Absolutely.
What our
Amen.
power is in love.
Absolutely.
God
Absolutely.
is love.
Absolutely.
And I don't want anybody to misunderstand. I might be 56 years old, but I look like I'm 40. Okay. I'm just kidding.
Oh, 20.
I'm just kidding.
Just blush now. Blush. No.
Wow.
I'm just teasing.
Chris, how old are you,
It's
Chris?
okay. I'm 51.
You're 51.
I'm 51, Herbert. Oh,
So
sorry.
we're I'm 58 next month.
How
So we're
old are
sort
you, Richard?
I'm 58.
Oh, so you are older than me. Thank goodness, because everybody else in the chat was younger, and I was like, wait a minute.
She was feeling old.
I
Oh.
was like, J-Lo,
Don't-
she's 50.
don't worry.
Tanya says she's, what'd she say? She was 51.
Yeah.
How old are you, T?
I'm young at heart. Let's put it that way.
T, you're 51?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you're
Unfortunately.
There's a lot of there's a lot of there's a
I
lot
know.
of fif-
The
there's a
freak's
lot
going
of
on.
there's a lot of people that are 50 years old that I come across in their 50s that
Well,
are
that's the kind of crowd that it's the kind of crowd. We carry the kind of crowd that are in their 50s. Prettiest is 53. I'm going to read it. I don't know how old Danny is. He's calling off all kinds of numbers.
Well,
How old are you, Danny?
Well, how old are you in the spirit is the question, right? That's the one that's going to
I'm
matter.
young.
Right?
I'm very young.
He's a youngie. Yeah, I know.
I'm a newborn.
Oh, somebody prayed for somebody sometime, sometime.
Change says that she's older than me. I didn't know that.
53 perilous time. Thank you for your comment earlier on perilous times. That was much appreciated, and I did notice it. 53. You see, there's a thing about the generation of the 50-year-olds. There's something about that time period of people when people like born in the 1960s, but born.
Are we
in
the
that sort of area.
I'm an
baby
Xer,
boomers?
man.
Are we the baby boomers?
We're the Gen Xers, sweetie.
No,
I'm a Gen Xer. You might be a baby boomer. I'm a Gen Xer.
You're a what?
I'm an X generation. Gen X.
You
Generation.
identify as X? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm a Gen X. Yeah.
I'm a baby boomer.
Oh, you're a baby boomer.
Yeah.
He's a baby boomer.
So Dub's
I'm a Generation X, and I think you are too. You're just the older version. of it.
Generation X. I didn't even know. I'm like, I don't even know.
I know they label us, our generation, X, Y, Z, millennial.
So Dub is a baby boomer, and he's going to be 82 in October.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Well, long live Dub, I say.
He's a very wise man.
I try to get him to talk more because hey, we want to hear what Dub has to say.
Without interrupting.
Yeah. Well, the thing
but
about
he's way far away. And you can't hear him, so it's all right.
And Shay says that she's 66.
Yeah, it's the older it's the older generations that should be heading the
Church.
Well, because we learn from the previous generations. So so Dub should be heading this because he's the eldest. He is the elder in as far as age goes. He's got more experience of societal changes. So he's got 30 years on us, roughly. So he's You know, he knows what life used to be like 30 years before. The same as we know what life used to be 30
It was
years before a
nice.
20-year-old.
He's lived it. He's lived it. He's
Absolutely.
seen it, and he could probably understand it a lot better than we can.
Well, here's a question for Dub then.
Okay.
Dub,
Yeah, we need
do
some
you
Dub.
think that society has improved over time, and that the human being, which we're meant to be evolving, do you reckon we are getting better? Or do you reckon things are getting worse? Bearing in mind, things generally evolve to be better.
I want to answer after Dub. Go ahead.
I know the answer to it, but
The
it's
brief
basically
reply to that would be no.
no.
The only place that I see progress has been in technology. Anything else, it's just been a constant going backwards.
Amen. Yeah. And
Quality of life, just everything has changed so much.
For the worse.
For a large part, yes, for the worse. Because without living in the 40s, there's no way you can imagine how it was compared to today.
That's it.
It was nice, wasn't it?
It was
compared to today.
You didn't have all these transgender bull crap going on. You didn't have everybody identifying as X.
We could use the Q word.
The
Yeah.
queer. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And a man couldn't turn up on a building site wearing stilettos and nail varnish.
That's right.
You know, men were men, women were. Here's the thing that I use quite a lot, and it's I'm one of 5 children. My father went to work full time. He worked hard. My mother was a stay-at-home mum. We had home cooked food. I don't even think processed food on the scale it is today was a thing of, microwaves. We didn't have microwaves, but my father worked, my dad worked, my mum stayed at home. They brought up between 2 of them 5 children. Now today, with both parents working, some of them 2 jobs, they struggle to bring up 1 child. Now that's the analogy that I use between then, when I was growing up, when I was a child, and now. Just how society is. I've just plucked the one thing out that I think might make people realise that no, things are getting worse. Because people do say, if I say, I remember the good old days. Well, the good old days to me was coming home from school and having a proper, decent, hot, home-cooked meal and a loving mum and a dad that come home from work and within half an hour he was flat out on the sofa just because he was a hard worker. But, that taught me about working hard, and it also taught me about the values of and the privilege it was to have a mum and dad that were together and still together today. My grandparents were married for 70 years before they're still married now. They're both passed away, but they're still married. They didn't get divorced. They lived through the war. But when I say to people, I remember the good old days, they say, what, scurvy and war? And no, nothing to do with that. The good old days. We've got worse than scurvy now. But it's the negative aspects of the good old days that people bring up rather than the good aspects, which was, family values, true family, love your neighbor used to be the thing,
The good old days. Let's
and I
think
call them,
about
the good
being
old
able
days.
to play in the street.
Absolutely.
Being able to be out after night. You know what I mean? A kid out wandering in the woods and out doing all kinds of stuff, even at night.
Absolutely. That was the good old days to me.
The good old days to me. Yeah. When we could actually, we didn't have to worry about anything.
How about this for the good old days? When I was 12, I bought my first rifle. I could take the city bus and ride it out to the lake with my rifle and shoot out to the lake and then ride the bus back.
Wow.
So can you imagine a 12-year-old walking around with a rifle today?
Yeah.
I don't think they last long, would they? Really?
Correct.
Although they probably wouldn't get picked off by predators.
You know,
Well,
there was actually good old days. We could run around with BB guns and shit. You know,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all kinds of stuff. Like we had guns that looked exactly like real guns.
I was talking
back
about a
then.
22 rifle.
Oh yeah.
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 And yeah, how times the good old days. And here's the thing about Dub mentioned technology is the advancement. Well, the technology is probably one of their, well, they're all big weapons they've got now, but technology is will be the biggest weapon that they've got once it's inside of everybody. That will be their
on
biggest
the
weapon.
outside, enslaving everybody with their, they have. I keep a close eye on technology.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my eyes wide open all the time.
Johnny Cash.
Because you're mine, I walk the line.
All right. Well,
love some Johnny right there.
Absolutely.
I was weaned on Johnny Cash actually. My dad was a Johnny Cash fan, so my upbringing wasn't rock and pop or anything like that. It was right from the womb, really. Or while I was in the womb, I would have heard Johnny Cash and Cliff Richard and just sort of songs that were mellow and deep thinking. That they do actually mean something. Love, emotion. I was lucky enough to have parents that were into music that was just shouting, screaming, hollering. But even that changed. Even that I mean, this grunge and it's like heavy metal rock. That wasn't around when I was growing up. So and it's all these aggressive music genres are only a recent phenomenon, and what they do, they rile people up into frenzies. It's the whole system. The music industry is all part of it. The movie industry is all part of it. The everything that is a pinnacle of influence. The spirit, the high places of influence are now spiritually wicked. Music, everything.
Yeah, music.
They made the
60s.
Sorry.
You went quiet then, Chris.
Say that again.
I said music.
Yeah, Dub was speaking. I was trying to let him go.
60s. All the music I've ever listened to is pre-60s or pre-70s. There was some good music in the 60s, but
yeah,
that's
Now, whether there was a sort of like a nefarious agenda behind the lyrics and the music, is debatable, I guess. But there was a sort of like a big element of relationship love, and I'm not really into love songs or modern love songs, etc. But there was like that Johnny Cash tune I just tried to sing. It's about relationship love.
We should do karaoke one night. I got another victim for karaoke. This guy.
Karaoke.
Do you know what that is?
Karaoke. Oh yeah. I like a bit of karaoke.
Well, you seem to, be able to try it.
Oh yeah, I'm not shy. I am shy actually, but
no, I used to be shy. I used to be the biggest shy sucker. You look at me and I look away and down. Hey, why are you looking at me? I go into an eternal debate.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about this is sort of correlates with in an emergency what you do in an emergency. Well, you just do it, and this is the thing about shy people. I am shy, but when there's an emergency, like there's something that needs to be gotten out, I'll go out in the street, and I'm not shy. I just do.
Right. I have a story.
Have you learned nothing? You'll be happy. No, I'm a shy person. I don't like being a centre of attention. But if there's something that is put on my heart to give people to let them know, the same as if there's somebody that's broken their leg over there, and I haven't got a clue what to do, but I'll just go there, automatic mode. So overcoming, it's not really a case of overcoming shyness. It's just shyness it's not me anymore. It's sort of like
adrenaline. It overtakes shyness. Right?
That's
you know
the
what
thing.
I mean? Like,
that's part of it. Yeah.
You have this experience. Like, all right, I have a story. It's a perfect explanation. You got a guy 3 houses away in a windy night has a dumpster next to his house catch on fire, like one of those huge dumpsters doing construction. Well, the whole thing caught on fire, it's blazing. The flames are touching his house, and my house is 2 away, and the wind's blowing that way, and I got my socks on. I'm running down the street, grabbing hoses from neighbors' yards. Got my hands, got the water flying in. I'm yelling at the people like, get the other hose over here, the one in the backyard. You get some buckets, put some. I mean, and in the time of that emergency, unlike the emergencies we're now experiencing, the long-lasting, forever-taking emergency, but in that kind of emergency, we're like. You don't have time to think, really. It's a reaction, and I understand completely. And I literally was soaking socks. Okay, one's fell off and the other one's half on. I'm just trying to I'm putting in all effort, because my house is 2 doors down. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
The house goes. Mine's like the next one after the next one.
Yeah, it's adrenaline combined with something else.
Shay says nobody's paying attention to ACLU. What is that?
What's ACLU? Also, what's
liberal bullshit? Yeah.
What?
What's the thing between Dolly Parton and Sylvester Stallone? Have they sung a song or something?
They did a movie.
Oh, did they?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
ACLU was the legal firm for the downtrodden, or they would take on legal cases of people that couldn't afford lawyers, and
writers.
They primarily took very liberal legal cases.
Right, liberal legal cases.
Yeah.
Liberal.
She says that She said the ACLU and the Board of Education are setting the future demise of the future generations.
Yeah, with all this,
That's
this newfangled teaching, gay teaching. Oh, can I say that?
Right.
Oh, forgive me, slap me. Oh, I'm in trouble. Go give me one of my channels.
Gay is happy. Gay means happy.
Gay is happy.
With that, yeah.
Oh, is that? Yeah, that's what it is. You're right. I'm so sorry. I was talking about being happy.
Yeah.
And,
happy, gay.
I thought I messed up. The whole agenda of happiness.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The happy agenda.
You will own nothing and you will be gay.
I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that. The happy agenda.
Yeah.
Uh,
The Great Reset. You will learn nothing and you will be gay. Well, that's what they mean.
well, yeah, you're gonna be happy. You're gonna be happy.
Yeah, and you will be gay.
No, I'm gonna be happy.
It's like the word nice. I think I did a video and it was about it was Tom Hanks, one of his movies, and when he walked, you know, he went. Oh, it might be a Forrest Gump actually, and he says because he was the one that invented the smiley face, wasn't he? The yellow smiley face apparently, and
I don't know. Go ahead.
yeah, and he's in the movie he did anyway. He wiped his face with the mud off his
Oh,
face.
okay, go ahead.
Got his t-shirt, yeah, and he said, "Have a nice day." Well, I looked up nice. There's a like a 322 symbology in it that I found, but I looked up the word nice, and nice actually originally meant ignorant.
He
So have a
was
nice.
that nice. Oh, he was nice. Like the girls, you know.
No. There's
Today,
just
no, the girls today, they go, oh, he's nice.
yeah,
You know,
which
like
basically
that,
means
you know.
so this have a nice day. Have a nice day, which is I think it's an American catchphrase. It originated in America. Have a nice day actually means have an ignorant day. So, you know, it's honestly, this God says, Richard, go and check Merriam-Webster and look up the word nice. Go and have a look at the gematria machine and just check this expression, have a nice day. So have a look what the numerology is in it. All things like that. So you know, it's just little things that stick out, and they stick out not because of me.
Some of the things, you know, who I
do
need to introduce you to. Okay, now this is, you know, we're gonna have to do this, you know, on the stealth because you guys are gonna take over a show, so it can't be on tonight because, you know, it'll just take over the show. But I should introduce you to my friend, Grumpy Troll. Okay, it'd be perfect. You guys would go on for hours about numbers. Okay.
Oh yeah.
He's real big into the numbers.
Yeah.
Me,
Yeah.
I'm personally, you know, I get the multiplication, the division, the add and subtraction,
Yeah.
but you know, a certain part. I mean, parts of it probably didn't mean anything. You know what I mean? The way I'm looking at it, you know. Some of it does, of course. Obviously, they use it. You know, the 9/11 or this and that. We get it means something to them. You know what I mean? But you know, sometimes the numerology for certain people, they I don't know. It just seems like the people that it didn't intend, you know, or did they? You know what I mean? I don't think all the time they intended for it to be some kind of, you know, code. You know what I mean?
Every number, every letter has a numerical value. Now, your fundamental, Chris, is called English, just your simple English gematria, which is A equals 1, B equals 2, C equals 3, Z or Z equals 26.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Now, there's something called Sumerian gematria, which is your basic English ordinal multiplied by 6. So A equals 6, B equals 12, C equals 18, blah, 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 blah. So it's multiplied by 6. Now, I've noticed a lot of, I'll call them catchphrases, like the rule of 6 in English Sumerian gematria is 666. Okay?
Wait, hold on. Nuckin says that he wish he could come on the panel. I just dropped the link, Nuckin. If you want to come in, come on in. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Yeah. But there's a lot of numerology. Now to add up, if you know to get something to get a phrase or a word to add up to a certain number, particularly 666 or 911 or 33. That
Like
means there's no coincidence. And there's
I get that. I get that. Okay, but there
it's a
is
sick.
certain things that are just like, I don't think that the controllers are over there trying to go and match it up to gematria. Okay.
Well, I disagree with you, Chris.
Every square
No,
thing. You know what I mean?
I disagree.
Okay, another
Okay. Well,
one,
all right.
one more
Let's go
thing.
to another topic.
Perlius, thank you so much for coming here. You have a great night. I really, really appreciate you just hanging out with us. You're totally awesome, and I really do appreciate you. You have a wonderful night. Okay.
They can't even plan anything proper. So the way I'm looking at it, bro, okay, I'm looking at it like if they can't even properly plan something, okay, then I don't think they're that deep as everybody. As you guys do, I don't have a problem against you or anything, you know, and I'm open minded. I just, you know, when it comes to it sometimes gives me a headache, and you know, I can't think that multitude.
It's not. Yeah,
it's a lot for someone that's got a lot of other things on their plate. You know.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to convert.
But you and him,
look at the numbers.
I love the guy. Okay, I love you, man. I think you guys, you know, would hit it off, and it would be an interesting show for people that would want to see that. You know, I mean, I'm not against that. I mean, I'll keep an open mind. Just, you know, certain things. I have a hard time seeing them fail with such a immense failure as they always do.
Chris, they think they can win. They're trying to usurp God.
They don't see how
They can win. They think they got a chance. Their only problem is us. Absolutely. They'll try anything. But what I don't think they want to do is I think they want us to submit. They want us to submit. They'd rather us submit than kill us. They want us to submit. It's a glory, isn't it? To have somebody bow at your feet, to have somebody kneel at your feet and kiss your toes if you're Satan, rather than just say, right, no, I can't handle him, I'll get rid of him. We want every human being. We want every man and woman that's ever been created by God to kneel at the foot of Satan. That's what they want. They don't, you know.
Well, okay.
To get rid of us before, while we're still in the body of Christ, to get rid of us, that is a failure for them. That is a failure for them.
Martyr me, please.
You know, this is where that test comes in. This is where the big test comes in of how.
Yeah, those who endure to the end.
Absolutely,
those who endure to the end will be saved.
100%, absolutely. They want us. They want everybody, and their prize is Jesus. Their prize is Jesus, and we are Jesus.
Yeah. So here's the deal. They're gonna fail. They fail on immense levels. Okay, and their plans all fall short. No matter what they try, even if they try to censor 5,000 people off the internet or more, whoever knows. You know, how about 26 of my accounts? But you know, let's put it to you like that. They won't stop. Okay. But they suck, and they aren't getting better. So it's like this. Are they getting better? You're saying
no. They're getting worse because they've exposed themselves. So they're getting worse because they've let their guard down. They've let the guard down. They've let the veil slip, and they've exposed themselves. They've drawn back the curtains. Said, "Here we are." We've duped.
Here we are. This is what we're about. This is who we are.
Absolutely. We've duped 99% of the world, but there's 1%, or, you know, whatever the percentage is, 5%. There's still 5% out there who haven't been duped.
The way I see it, they have been very successful in everything they've done.
They've been reasonably successful, but
they wanted it to work. That's the way I see it. They've been successful.
They've been reasonably successful. They haven't been 100% successful because there's still a percentage
If they
of us
had their plans,
still out here. They haven't success. How do you count? How do you measure success? Are you perfect? We will never be perfect. Even being born again, our life on this earth,
you'll make mistakes.
we will make mistakes.
Accomplish what they set out to accomplish.
Say that again, Dub.
You'll say sorry.
They have accomplished what they have set out to accomplish.
Well, how come I'm still here? How come you're still there and Michelle's still there and Chris is still there?
Yeah, I'm living here.
They ain't finished.
I've said everything I've said.
They set out to accomplish.
And you've called everybody a rag doll, and we're still alive there, Dub.
Yeah, and I ain't in rags. Well, I am, but I ain't no doll. Honestly, I'm
not living in a square box either.
Yeah.
In some kind of cubicle, freaking apartment building, in some kind of Elysium, subcompact city.
Yeah. And here's
I'm not
the thing.
living there either.
Here's the thing. If you do end up in one of those little cardboard boxes, you're still free if you still got Jesus Christ. They haven't beaten you.
If I go into a shack in the middle of the woods, or if I'm in the desert in the middle of nowhere, or if I'm on the top of a mountain or in the bottom of a freaking ravine, I'm chilling.
Yeah.
If you got my head in her stocks and I'm looking up at outer space and the freaking guillotines, I'm chilling.
Yeah, bring it on. Bring it down. Push that button. But let me tell you this before you look into my eyes.
Look up. Like I said, I want to look up.
Yeah, look them in the eyes, soul to soul. You look them in the eyes.
Look up, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. Look me in the eyes. And you never know. Strange things have happened when you never know. And you never know. They might just see the light just before they.
You never know.
Honestly,
power of prayers.
Well, it's
wonderful.
Absolutely, but we endure to the end. But you never know whose hearts can be embraced. Who can open their hearts enough to be embraced and just see the error? People waking up
and
at
admit
different times and just say, "Listen, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Oh my God, oh God, what am I doing?" People cry out to God when they're at their lowest ebb, And if you just flicker guilt at somebody, flicker the concept of guilt for the rest of eternity.
Oh man.
There's loads of ways. There's loads of ways. But look them in the eyes.
It's better to flicker the guilt a little bit than to kill them with the freaking pounding of it. And I've been 100%. On the pound. I was a pounder. I pounded everybody. What are you talking about? Repent, turn from your sins, and Jesus now. I've done it all. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying, it's better if you like you said, you flicker a little
absolutely.
Bit, you understand the mortality and your inevitable doom, right? And where are you going?
Be the example of no fear. Listen, be the example of no fear. You're facing death. There's no fear. It's got to be the example. And you never know. The person might think, what the fuck am I doing here? I'm fighting God. Save
Good
me.
luck with that.
Honestly,
although it's possible.
Honestly, they say like this. The expression "tug on the heartstrings."
But,
the heart, and the mind.
Fought God and won.
You ain't gonna fight God and win.
Well, somebody did in the Bible.
And when the shit does it, when that adrenaline
is
in us, and it's being controlled by God, and you just say, "Listen, take over now," because my mouth is dry. just please. And you can just, all you got to do is look at somebody. No, I don't want to wear a blindfold. I don't want to wear a blindfold. If they make you wear a blindfold, well, you've got to find out there's got to be another way. But God is energy, and energy exudes through the body, out of the body. The aura is a real thing. Energy can't be constrained within the body. You know, heat escapes.
Well, the eye
sweat.
is the window to the soul, you know.
Absolutely.
You know, if you look in the mirror and you're not seeing Jesus in there, you know,
they feel absolutely. Yeah, they feel.
Turn back.
Do you say tomato or do you say tomato, Tanya?
I'm a tomato. You're a tomato. I know.
Yeah, I'm a tomato.
I agree to disagree.
Well,
see how easy that is.
See, here's a thing to think about. Is this another manufactured divide to cause chaos and disruption? You say potato.
Tomato. Oh, I don't. No, I think it's English slang once again. You have a lot of that going on. Because of your accent.
American
New York have a change the English language as well. So does all of them. It doesn't sound like that to me. You know what I mean?
American English came after English.
I know. We're looking at it from both sides. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, we have somebody here.
Hello, Nugget.
I got a mad dog.
How are you?
I'm
good.
Dog
How are you?
looking at me. Is that your bulldog? Is that a bulldog?
What?
A boxer?
Hello?
Bulldog?
Hi, Nuckin.
What kind of...
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We hear you. Do you hear us?
I think Shells thought I was a man, and I'm not. It must be my male English bulldog picture.
Yeah, it's a bulldog. That's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh
Is
my
that your
gosh,
dog?
that is so. I was like, oh, Nuckin sounds very female.
Yes, I'm very female. I pushed out 4 kids, so there's that.
You don't identify as X then?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I identify
no.
as what the good Lord gave me. This is what I identify as.
Amen. Praise the Lord.
So good.
Amen.
All right. I have a question for.
I just never
for
wanted
the
to correct
modern
you
day.
because, like, I'm like, all right, I'll just let her go. All right, yeah, because my English bulldog face looks male, and my Nuck and Futz. Yeah, well, there's that.
Well,
that's brilliant.
Well, good to meet you. So good to meet you. So glad you
Good to
came
meet
on.
you too, Shales.
Yeah, likewise.
Shales?
Yeah.
Yeah, you always call me Shells.
I know, Shales. I don't know. That's my thing. I shorten things.
My whole family called me Shelly for all my life, so you're spot on there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't call you Shells.
No.
I have one up on them.
they called me Smelly Shelly.
Oh.
And not that
sucks.
I smelled, but it's brothers and sisters.
Smelly Shelly. Yeah, I know. I'm one of 5, so I get it.
Yeah.
Glad to see you on the panel, nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm Nuck Futz, so here we are.
Here we are.
I'm from Pittsburgh, and that's why I have this fucking crazy accent. So if anyone,
It's not that crazy.
It is.
I've
It's
actually
literally
talked to everybody on Earth in their accent. By nation. I was a cab driver in Vegas for many years. And I'll let you know, you meet everybody and you can deal with pretty much anybody after a while.
yeah, but Pittsburgh was literally considered the worst accent in the world.
Really?
Why?
Yeah.
Why? I mean,
don't know.
there's Boston. I mean, I can't half the time understand.
That's what I fucking said.
I mean,
exactly.
there's New York. Get out of
New
here.
York.
Where you from? Yeah. What's all that? I mean, come on. There's all kinds of them. Give me a break.
I mean, literally, they said Pittsburgh.
All kinds
Pittsburgh
of
has
them. There's foreign accents that I can't understand at all. But, you end up like, well, say that again. Oh, I get it now. Yeah, we can take you right there. Let's do it.
Yeah, apparently Pittsburgh has the worst accent in the world. I'm like, how? When you have Boston and New York, like what?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
all right, fuck off.
That's worse than your accent.
We got country people.
I wish I had a
deep
country accent.
South.
Actually,
you could barely hear them. They're like mumbles. You don't want me to know. Yeah, I'm like, what? So I don't know. I don't think they were.
I'm sorry. I just come disrupted everything. I don't even know what's going on. I'm sorry.
No, it is totally fine. We like having discussions. You can move us any which way. We'll go to the God corner. You want to bring that out? I'll show you. We'll go to any other topic you want to go.
Like, I mean, Jens go to.
Tell us your story, Nuckin.
What's my story? I don't know. What story you want to hear?
Tell me your story. Just
What,
tell
she has
me.
a story?
Yeah,
got
if
it.
she can talk, that would be great.
You got to speak.
Tell me your story. Tell me what you're all
Tell me a
about.
story.
If you don't really want to say much, tell me what you're all about.
I always have so much to say, but it's so hard to do in live chats because you can only write so many letters.
There is.
You know what I mean?
It is. It's really hard to do that.
So I don't know. I guess I don't know. I have a really long story.
Well,
I'm not gonna
tell us
No.
what your story is.
All right. I grew up in a household. My mother, father, very Christian quotation marks, Christian, right? But I grew up knowing the Lord, and that's what is the good thing out of this whole thing. I mean, I still need to be that born again.
Can you define quotation marks? I'm sorry. I'm just curious.
Quotation marks Christians are the ones that say. I mean, I pretty much still think I'm a quotation mark Christian. Not born again, but still seeking everything. And I question everything now. Like my mind is. Like I still drink, I still smoke.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at, right?
Yeah.
But my father was a major alcoholic until the last year of his life when he was diagnosed with cancer, and he scrubbed everything from his life. And I feel like that's where I'm gonna be. You know what I mean?
Well, we're all works in progress, Everybody, this is the only thing that matters. We take 2 steps forward and 1 step back,
but
2 steps forward, and we keep going forward. We're not going backward. You know what I mean?
The thing is I know the Lord. I know He's there. I know He's a thing. I know, and I'm teaching that to my children.
Awesome.
Yeah, just like my parents did to me, even though they were probably in the same mindset as I was, except my father was a Vietnam vet, right? So he had major PTSD, and he was a major alcoholic, major drug. I don't do drugs. I'm going to tell you that right now. I drink alcohol and I smoke cigarettes. That's it. I won't even take fucking Tylenol.
I've been in that briar patch. Go ahead.
Huh?
I've been there. Go ahead. We've all been there. Don't think we haven't. Well, I mean, go ahead.
I know, like but I won't even take Tylenol. I won't do ibuprofen unless I'm like in a lot of pain. I said to somebody earlier in your chats, like I broke my ribs last year by diving into a fucking pool, and I didn't even go to the fucking doctor. I won't go to the fucking doctor anymore. Shells. Just so you know. I'm there with
Well,
you.
healing flow in Jesus' mighty name, and speak that over yourself all the time. Okay.
I do.
And
Even though I know I'm still, I still like smoking a cigarette right now, but I won't do it. I won't smoke in my.
That's a bad monkey to get off your back. I'll tell you, that was a rough one, though. Woo.
I've had 4 children and I've quit smoking 4 fucking times and I picked it back up every fucking time right after my fucking children were born. So
I got to my low point with that, and I asked, God to not only get me off of it and make me have willpower over it, but to get my family off of it. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. Bam, because there was no cigarettes around, and it was easier to quit.
Well, that's the thing that like my husband's a big smoker.
Family. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah. So when you got ashtrays and you're sitting there trying to quit, good luck.
Well, I will not smoke in my house because I don't want my fucking house to smell like smoke. And
well, that's good.
I only smoke outside.
And then it goes further outside, and it's on the front porch, or only one spurting spot, and you punish yourself, and now it's only half a cigarette. This, but when you go to God, I'll tell you, like 3 weeks later, she quit, and then I quit right after, and and all glory to God. He's the one that did it, because I had no willpower over it. I was like, every 5 minutes I needed one. You wanted to stop me from getting my cigarette? You're gonna get in the way or something? You think you're powerful enough? No, man. I was out of my mind at that time, and I was very, very worldly. We'll put it that way. But I still believed in God, and still was going through the steps and the motions, and the process of accountability, the process of what's the word now? Dang it! Yeah, go ahead.
I want to hear from Nuckin right now.
Oh, shut up!
No, it's fine. I actually appreciated hearing what he had to say. I really.
No, go ahead then. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I had
No, it's your show. I don't want to. Yeah, well, I've been there.
All right, I have 4 children. I have 1 grandchild. All right, here's my story. I'm a child of a father that was a major alcoholic, but they were my mother. Well, mostly my mother was a God-fearing person. My father was too, I think, until in his last year of his life, when he was diagnosed with cancer, he quit everything and came to God completely. He was reborn in that last year of his life, and that makes me feel good because I know where he is. So, I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you fine. You probably heard my fan mute out, but I'm muting out again.
Yeah, me.
I
mean, I don't know. What else do you want to know?
I like people to say their story, or what's going on with them, or how they're feeling about life, or about what's going on.
Oh, what's going on is absolute bullshit with the world. I know that,
right,
for sure. I have 4 children. Oh shit.
How old are they?
Okay, I have my oldest is 21. She has a 2-year-old daughter, so I have a grandchild.
Wow.
And I have my 15-year-old son, my 11-year-old son, and my son that just turned 7 2 days ago. So, yes, they are very spread out in age. because my first I had to, I won't even say it, like some douchebag. Okay. And then my second two I had to my ex husband, and then my fourth to my current husband, which we're very happy. But
That's great.
so my daughter with her grandchild is living with me currently because I guess I just say baby's daddy. I mean, I don't know. Is that the proper way you say things these days?
I guess so.
I don't know. Baby's daddy. Well, I mean, if I ever see the douchebag, I'll kill him. The way you treated her was not right. So yeah, come at me. All right, and then.
So you have all your kids with you?
No, I don't have my two oldest sons because they are currently in Texas playing hockey.
Oh, okay.
They're very good at hockey, and yeah, they were in Pittsburgh playing hockey, is where we were from, but they're with their dad.
Oh, okay.
Not by my choice, but well, kind of, because I wanted them to play hockey, and I couldn't like do all that for them at the current time. So
right.
But they are currently playing their hockey, and if you ever see I'm not going to say their names.
Right.
But if they come up in the NHL, I'm guaranteeing they're going to make it there. At least my oldest.
That's cool.
Yeah, my oldest son will, guarantee. He's been playing since he was 3 years old. So.
What part of Texas? You don't have to say, but.
Well, no, he's just playing in Texas right now.
Okay.
He was in Pittsburgh since he was like 3 years old until last year. He was in Pittsburgh Penguins Elite, and then now he currently has gone down to Texas.
So, I'm going to hit you hard with this one. So, are you
okay? Go ahead.
Are you kids in school?
Yes. Oh no, my youngest, he's 7. I homeschool him.
Hey.
We got a round of applause.
Bravo!
Yeah,
Yeah,
bravo.
Good mom. Good mom.
Yeah.
Right on. That I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
I would not put him in
very
regular school.
Proud of you. Very good mom.
But my older two boys, my daughter obviously is out of school. She's 21.
Right.
But my two older, and she won't. And if she goes to college, she wants to do like cosmetology or something. But she needs. Yeah. I don't know. She's
trying to figure out life right now.
She's got a 2-year-old.
Right.
So
she's got her hands full.
And I told her, I mean, she was working with my husband for a bit, and then some dudes started hitting on her. And it was like some 60-year-old dude was really hitting on her hard. And I was like, and she started crying in the car. And Spencer was like, my husband was like, what's wrong with you? And she's like, he's hitting on me, and I'm like I don't really like it. Like, he's been doing it a lot, and she's like, so she quit. So yeah, she's really pretty, and I'm like, that's construction site's not a place for her,
right?
You know, I mean, I'm not saying pretty women can't be on construction sites. I'm just saying my daughter shouldn't be.
No, I'm saying that pretty women shouldn't be on a construction site if they don't want, the attention from the men, because
I mean,
men on a construction site, they're hot, they're sticky, they're lower expectations apparently.
Hello. Pardon me. Hello.
Hardy, yeah.
Hello.
I'll leave that. Yeah. Hello.
Not all men
Normal
are
men,
like that. The construction site, I've worked on sites with
They're
many
everywhere.
females, ladies, women, and you
They're
know, if
horned
there's
up.
a job to do, it's all about the job. And I've worked on construction sites. I know women stonemasons, women bricklayers, women labourers. They're regarded as one of the
Yes, I know,
one
but
of the gang.
I'm
And
gonna
even
tell you, in America, especially where I'm at, it's not
Southern.
a. I'm in Virginia right now, so
Ooh. Yeah.
yeah, there's most of the like a good part of the people working there are not legal. I'm just gonna tell you that.
How you do? Oh yeah, they're not legal too. Oh wow.
No.
And
Yeah.
that's how they are everywhere. You think
Yeah.
about it.
Wow.
So they're yeah. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And
Well,
I just have to say to Yo Laserbeam, yes, Mario Lemieux definitely saved the fucking penguins. Okay, Nunians are gonna understand that.
Okay.
I just saw the comment, so I just had to agree. He definitely did. Okay, we're gonna move on from that.
Yeah.
So
knocking. I've got it right. Knocking.
Yes.
What's
It's not
her
good.
interest?
It's knucking futs, fucking nuts.
Knocking
You know,
futs.
it's like the it's like saying fucking nuts
Fucking
with
nuts. Only
dyslexia.
it's a lady way of saying fucking nuts.
It's child-proof.
Yeah.
Come on, she has 4 kids.
Yeah.
Child-proof.
What's her interest on
And
with building
I'm gonna say I'm gonna tell you right now, my
Okay.
husband is English. He's from London. So nothing
There
you
you go.
say is gonna offend me. I know everything English.
She knows every slang word you guys have.
I do. I do.
She does.
I do.
Now you can't get away with nothing. No, I'm just kidding. Just
well, shit. Well, shit. No, but my husband
they
is
do have
English.
slang words too, do they not? You know, in England, they were like calling things like
No, they
what's
like
what's a
calling things
banger?
cunts.
What's a banger to you? There you go.
Sausage or an old car.
A banger is an old car too.
Yeah.
I might start calling it an old car a banger.
Yeah. It's banger.
It's a banger.
No, it's a hoopty.
Sausage.
It's a fucking
The
hoopty.
hoopty. Yeah, we call it a hoopty or a
Hoopty.
clunker or a
clunker.
It's a hoopty. It's a
Well,
hoopty.
we've got clinker, but that's
That's
sort
a
of
hoopty.
like anal, the hanging on of an
Anal?
Anal what? You just
it's not a mess. It's a clinker. This is when the Klingons
clunk and clink are 2 different things. Go ahead.
Yeah, clinker.
All right.
The clinker is sort of like the dried on thing on a bottom hair, arse hair, anal hair. That's called a clinker. So when the Klingons came out, we were like Klingons.
Right.
So that's a clinker.
That's too. Let's move on. Moving on.
Yeah, let's move on. Move on.
Let's move on. You can do. Let's.
Yeah. What apples and pears? You know what apples and pears are?
What are apples and pears? Go ahead.
Nothing. No fuck. It's not no look, is it? Knocking. Knocking.
What?
Do you know what apples and pears are? Now you
Apples
should.
and pears are fucking fruits.
Yeah, but you ask your husband then. If he's from London, what apples and
Well,
pears
I
are?
would ask him if he wasn't in fucking bed.
Go and wake him up. Say, Richard wants to know if you know.
I'll wake
what
him up when he's
yeah.
gonna fucking work in the morning.
I'm talking to an Englishman online right now, and he wants to know what an apple and pear is. Sure, wake him up with that.
Okay. Well, I'll have to ask. That's not something. Where are you from in England? What part of England?
England's very small, but I'm from Taunton, Somerset, which is laterally horizontal with sort of London, but it's probably only about 300, 400 miles away.
Oh yeah, no, he's from London, so he
Yeah.
probably, yeah, I don't know.
Apples and pears.
Apples and pears bit.
Ask him when he wakes up then in the morning. Just say,
All right.
do you know what apples and pears are? And he'll tell you, and then you'll know.
He might, because he has a half brother that's from like Manchester.
Well, anybody from England knows what apples and pears are anyway.
Well, are you going to keep
Yeah, I'm
us
sure. I
suspense
probably
over
heard it, but
there,
I don't think
Richard,
that's like
or-
a.
Say again?
Are you going to keep us in suspense, Richard?
Yeah,
What
I am.
apples?
Wanker?
Do that. No, you
Damn it,
just
this song
yeah.
is a wanker,
You
yeah.
you lifted us up with the apples and pears. Huh? You know,
Hey,
apples and
Bullock.
pears. You know, apples and pears. You don't know what it is. And then you won't tell us? That's wrong.
I think we should know
Chris.
what apples and pears are.
Now
we know
you
what
just
Wanker is. We know what Jolly Bollocks is.
Do your own research, Chris.
oh.
Trust no man.
Oh,
Apples and pears. I'll give you
Sure.
do you want me to give you a clue?
Oh, do I have to?
I'll just give you a clue if you want to do your own research.
I have to play. Let's
Um,
play your game. Okay. Okay.
you want-
What's the clue?
Have you heard of Cockney rhyming slang?
Oh, I think he
what?
told me this once. I can't remember though.
Cockney
No.
rhyming slang. Well,
No.
Cockney is London. What's your husband's
Yes,
name?
I know. Spencer.
Within this, what's his name?
Spencer.
Oh, I missed that. All right.
His name's Spencer.
Oh, Spencer. Okay.
Spencer. Yes, it's Spencer. Is
Spencer.
that better?
Yeah, without an R. No R. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's posh London. That is.
That's real
it's
English.
Spencer. Yeah, it's Spencer. It's Spencer.
Spencer. Yes. Spencer. Not and down here we're sort of known as having the farmer's accent, so it would be Spencer. Okay. So
No, Spencer is American. Spencer
yeah,
is.
it's also West Country farmer in.
And it's
the UK.
also my maiden name, Spencer.
Isn't it?
So your husband, if he took your name, would be like Spencer.
Spencer. Yes, it'd be
Okay,
Spencer.
that would be good to do.
It would actually, if you would do it in American, it'd be Spencer. It'd be Spencer.
Spencer.
But no, I'm not that type of woman. So yeah, I would not make my man take my last name. That's
Take your last name.
Yeah.
If I was Spencer, I don't know. That sounds pretty dope to me.
I know.
Like, hey, come on,
like,
baby, let me get your
Spencer.
name. It's like Spencer sounds pretty damn dope.
Yeah. Anyway, Cockney is
like
your.
Madonna or something.
That's kind of
Go
what
ahead.
got us talking, really. But there's
Oh, is that right? Because your last name? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we started talking because we were attracted, But and then I was like,
And then
we
you
got
found out and you kind of
laugh.
chuckled together, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and then he told me his first name. I was like, shut up. I was like, that's not your first name. I was like, no,
Well, yes,
that's my last name.
Spencer Tracy was a person, wasn't he? An actor, I think.
When
But,
did he tell
Not
you?
a real one, I don't think.
well, it's a name. It was a
Yeah,
Christian
well,
name.
it's
wasn't
like
it? Spencer Tracy.
Isn't he like a comic book character or something?
Well, he was a character somewhere.
Yeah.
No, Spencer. I'm sure he was an actor.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was a comic book.
Spencer Tracy. Oh, he's a detective, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was detective.
Yeah, with the
show.
yellow hat.
Oh, have you
like a
seen
yellow hat.
Yeah, Spencer. But anyway, so quickly I'll go back to this Cockney rhyming slang. So we know Cockney is London.
All right.
So that it's sort you can say it's a rhyming slang derived, say invented in London. But it's the clue is it's rhyming slang, Cockney rhyming slang.
Yes.
Apples and pears. So it's that apples and pears is a rhyming slang for meaning something else. Okay,
Yes,
that's a
I remember him telling me this shit.
yeah. Rubber
And-
dub.
And
Rubber
I was
dub.
like, why?
I'm going down a rubber dub means I'm going down the pub.
But why just not say I'm going down the fucking pub?
Well, I think it might be something to do with like patois.
What's
Like,
Already
actually
being
embarrassing?
drunk, probably. Already
like
being
patois is to sort of confuse the authorities. It's a way of.
I tell my husband all the time, you fuckers, I can't. But then he started speaking fucking Pittsburgh.
Go ahead.
And I love it.
Oh.
Pittsburgh
What'd
in an
you
English
say?
accent is something else. What?
Pittsburgh.
Who, me?
Pitts. I mean, I don't know what pits means in America, but in England, if we say something is the pits, it means it's sort of like the bottom.
No, I said Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Yeah,
berg.
like the Berg is like a place. You know, what
Pittsburgh
I mean?
is a city in Pennsylvania.
I know Pittsburgh,
He's,
but
he's a wordsmith, so
Pits.
you have to understand he breaks down words from
Yeah.
original meaning. Probably knows it in Greek. You know, he's a wordsmith and
No.
Well, I
Yeah.
know. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
But the thing about English, I'm from Taunton, okay? Taunton. Taunton.
What?
Now, the ton at the end, ton, is shortened town. So it's like Taunton. Okay, so they shorten it to Taunton because it's a bit quicker to say, I imagine.
Taunton.
And then, the ton is for tone. Taunton sits on the River Tone. So that's where the name is derived from for Taunton. It's like town on the Tone.
Oh my gosh! No wonder why we easied the fuck out of your fucking.
Yeah, no wonder we made it right. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
It's
we
like,
we
we made English
We
English.
made it.
No,
we made it.
yeah.
How it actually is.
Does Washington sit on a river? Is
How do
Washington?
you say?
Washington. No, I'm just
No.
kidding.
It's
Yeah.
Washington.
Yeah.
Washington, like
Yeah.
George. Washington.
Yeah, like
Washington.
the city, isn't it? It's like the capital, isn't it? Well,
Huh?
supposedly.
Or is it Washington though? Because Washington. Now you got me thinking. Of course, like you always do.
Yeah.
So is it Washington? But it's Washington. You see, the guy's name was
Washington.
Washington.
Yeah.
But it's ton. It's Washington.
Yeah.
Ton.
Yeah, but we
ton.
call it we
T-O-N,
call it
Washington.
tin always. You know, what I mean, I don't know why.
But it's T-O-N,
It is
but
actually ton. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. And washing. Why is it
But it's
called
still
washing?
not town.
No, but I mean, it's like if you spell.
We're washing in the town, you know. Really,
When you spell the word color, you spell the word color without a U. Well, we spelled the word
Yeah,
color
you spell color. Color.
with a U. Color. You say color.
It's
Color.
color. It's well
Color.
in Pittsburgh we say killer. So there's that.
L.
Keller.
Colors.
Color.
It's Keller. Keller. It's Keller.
Color.
That's how we say it in Pittsburgh. It's Keller.
Color.
But I know it's
Talking about
color.
pushing game propaganda.
Yeah, I mean there's so many different accents in America too. Really,
So many.
I say
I mean,
Keller.
almost everywhere I go.
Where are you
I
from?
find a new one. Me? I'm from
Yeah.
Vegas. Well, actually from California, dude.
Oh.
You know, you feel me, bro?
Oh,
But
boy.
oh yeah,
It
that's
said,
one of those.
It
That's
said,
one of those.
Where you at now? I bet you moved away from that shit.
I live in Vegas.
You still live there? Oh.
I live in Las
expensive
Vegas,
as
Nevada.
gas prices up there.
We got expensive ass everything out here.
Yeah, I know. Where did Shells go? Is she gone?
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
She's in the
Letting you
back.
guys
She's
ramble
messing
on.
around with the. she's reading the comments in the back. She's like, highlighting stuff. See her
She's
voice.
letting us talk. Letting us talk.
Yeah. I hate to
I'm
break
sorry,
it.
Charles.
I hate to break it to everybody, but I am going to call it a night. I've been going on for 5.5 hours.
Holy shit!
Oh.
Yeah, 5.5 hours.
5:33.
Yeah.
I know, like, wow, Michelle, you're trying to. What are you gonna go 5.5 hours every day? I mean, you're amazing. Look at this. You're starting to look like me. Remember that? Remember?
I'm getting cut off.
Oh, you got cut
It's
off.
fine.
I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No,
I said it's my first time up here, and I'm getting cut off.
Oh, I know.
Oh, you denied. Yeah.
No,
That's it.
I really wanted you to come up. Definitely.
How
I'm
about
really
this?
happy that you did.
I'll put a show up.
But like
I'm just
I
gonna
said,
tell
I've
you,
been going-
Shells, you're my very
come on there.
first live I've ever come up on.
Aw.
Oh,
I'm glad you came up. For sure.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, come on my show, you're more than welcome to too. I'm gonna start it now.
Where are you at? What is your name? I don't even know who you are.
My name is Chris. I know.
Your
My name
name's
is
Chris.
actually
Yeah, let
Steve.
me search that.
Let me first start with my real name, Chris. But I'll put it in the chat. I'll put a link to my show.
Where?
And I'll start it up at my
put a link
channel.
where?
In the chat.
Okay.
Chat down there. I'll put it in there.
All
And we'll go that route.
All right, we'll go that route.
But anyway,
you say route, I say route. You see
I know.
that?
See that? We all of our what'd you just say? Route. What? Okay.
Route.
Right.
It's route. We go that
All
route.
right. All right. Go
We're
that
gonna
route.
go that route.
I'll
You
listen.
go that
to
route.
it.
I'll go that route.
I don't believe it. All
You
right.
don't believe what?
You're knocking.
You go that route. What are you talking about?
Knocking.
Who's?
Um,
I'm sorry. Who's the English guy? What's your name?
He's a
English
Freemason,
guy.
not a Freemason. He's a Mason, not a
English
Freemason.
guy. I am the English. My
He's a
name's Richard.
Freemason?
No, I'm a
he's not a
stonemason.
Freemason. He's a stonemason.
Not a Freemason.
You just said he's a Freemason. That
Yeah.
kind of scared me. I just gave him all kinds of information.
No.
All right.
Oh no.
No. I am not a Freemason. My
He
channel
actually-
name is
his
channel name
channel-
is Richard. My channel name is Richard, a stonemason, not a Freemason. I just want to point that out. You're in good company with the Spencers. You know the Princess of Wales, Diana.
Yeah.
Her surname, she was Diana Spencer. Did you know that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
and
you related
and
to her?
I'm actually related to her. Just
You
gonna
are?
throw that. Yes.
You're not her, are you? 'Cause there's
No, I'm not her.
okay. I mean, they say they die, and
I'm 32 years old. I'd be way older.
Diana has
But
4
no.
kids now, so no. That's
I'm-
funny. And he's an English guy she ran away with.
But no,
We're
my
starting to build a case.
my maiden name is Spencer, and yes, I did the ancestry shit. I didn't do the DNA stuff. I won't do that.
no, don't do that.
But back in the day, I did the ancestry and put in like all the things, and and yeah, I am related to Princess Diana.
Wow.
I'm my 39th great grandfather is Roger Day Montgomery.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know if you know who that is. You can look it up after you get off. But
I'm gonna go live now. And
Okay.
I'm gonna let
Well, thank
Michelle
you,
Frosty
everybody.
get off here. And
Yeah. Thank you.
Michelle, can I just would you mind if I shared one link to the channel of David Yates? Would you mind if I did that? Because he sort of does like everyday reports, and he's the guy that has got he's a prolific writer, and like I said, I'm working on a few poems at the moment for his next book, which is Gil Bates is a walking fanker. Okay, so I'm working on a poem at the right at this. Well, not at the moment. Well, when I come on the internet, I was working on this poem, so it's sitting behind my browser at the moment, waiting to be finished. But his name is David Yates. Would you mind if I slung a link to his channel in the chat? Would you mind?
Well, you mean just putting a link?
Just sling the link. It's sitting there. All I got to do is press send, and it will go in there. But his name's David Yates. I put his name there. But he's a deep researcher, and he's gone deep. When I say deep, I mean deep. He gets like forbidden documents of certain cures, let's say, and and his book, like I mentioned earlier on, he puts out at least 2 books a month. But what he does document, rather than everybody keeping things on the internet, all the information on the internet, he actually publishes them as hard copy books. Okay, so when they do take the internet down and scrub it, like the book burnings in 1933, the next book burning will be the digital realm completely wiped and history rewritten from the victor's point of view. Okay, so what he's actually doing is he's documenting things. He's got like newspaper articles, etc. But if anybody's sort of interested in just having a look at these hard copy books, he doesn't make any profit on them. He's pretty much one of these truthers that is doing it because like we do. I'm not going to. I wouldn't. They wouldn't monetize my channel anyway. But truth comes to us free, and it should go out from us free, and truth should be free. So, but I'm going to put it in there. You can delete it if you want. But this is David Yates' channel. I've just put it in the chat. But I just want to plug his channel, and just because if nothing else, he's the only one on earth that I know that is doing what he is doing. He's the only person on earth that is documenting in hard copy format the stuff that we are censored from talking about on YouTube and more. The stuff that we are censored. Yeah, I didn't hear any of that. I heard just.
Sorry, I'm.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll see you over there. I love you guys. I gotta get out of here.
Right now.
Say again.
I'm subbing to him right now.
Yeah, do it. And this is the thing. I was going to do a live stream myself Sunday. It's 6:10 in the morning now, Monday. Oh, wow. I was going to do a live. I was going to go do a live stream Sunday, but and I'd sort of arranged for him to come on as well. But he's familiar with stuff like chemtrails is the main thing, the ingredients in chemtrails. But he deep researches G-Wiz, the old G-Wiz, LED lights. He's a deep researcher, and firstly, any support that he can get is always welcome, isn't it? But what the idea is just to sort of promote that information that's available from his from his Amazon. It's Amazon, but and the other thing was it sort of alludes to this fact of creativity, maintaining that creativity. If we want to get information out there, God is a creator, Satan is a destroyer. Creativity will overcome destruction. Right. And
give me
which
one
is why
Richard. Nuckin, thank you for coming on.
Yes.
I appreciate you. I wish I could have talked to you more. I'm sorry you came in so late. But have a great night. Thank you so much. Richard, would you drop your channel link into the chat also?
I'll do that, yeah.
And you can continue on. I'm listening to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm trying just get my channel up on it, but yeah, for anybody that's and there's like I mentioned earlier on, Artists Against Agenda 21. If you do it, I mean, if you do a Google search, I don't use Google, I use some, I don't know, ABG or something. But if you do an internet search, it gives you, and you've got a hashtag, all one word hashtag, as I showed earlier on. It just takes you to TV. Have you heard of him?
TV?
ODD.
Oh, yeah. ODTV.
Yeah. Now his music is he's pretty much the epitome of an artist against Agenda 21. So I've got a playlist of Artists Against Agenda 21 with loads of different inputs from people that are addressing every issue we can think of that is to do with this nasty agenda, the New World Agenda. But there's the hashtag Artists Against Agenda 21. You can type it into a YouTube search, but it's pretty much, it's a shadow ban sort of hashtag really, because it'll stick you onto things that haven't really even got the hashtag on it. That's the way Google works. But that's my channel. Oh, that's my channel there. And the other thing is, and I'll just write this. I'm typing an Artists Against Agenda 21. I've done that. Now, if anybody's got a poem or a song or just anything that is artistic, expressionate, whatever it may be, that is against Agenda 21, hashtag just hashtag your video somewhere along it with that Artists Against Agenda 21, and it will just come up. But I think one of the weapons we've got is creativity. I think that's one of our biggest weapons is creativity, in highlighting the truth, and just to have like a correlation between different artists all addressing different things. There's
So do you put the hashtag Artist Against Agenda 21 and then put another hashtag next to it?
No, it's just if you go into the search bar for example, if you go into the search bar on YouTube, okay, and you just copy that hashtag and paste it in there and then push search and see what comes up.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how many. There's probably quite a lot that have been deleted by YouTube in my playlist, but it's it's a weapon we've got. Probably the best weapon we've got is no, it's not the best weapon. One of the best weapons we got is our creativity. And because as I explained earlier, the whole agenda from birth is to mold us into taxpayers, really, and not thinkers, not free thinkers. And free thinking is where your creativity is allowed to flow. Whereas if you're cajoled if you're corralled like cattle, and there's boundaries on your creativity and there's boundaries on your freedom of speech and freedom of expression, then you're not working at your full creative potential. So this is my opinion, and this is the way I see it. God created. And he gave us the ability to create ourselves through so many different ways. The material, the medium we use, I create using stone, I create using words. Some people create using musical instruments. Some people create using paintbrushes and paints and pencil. Some people create using clay and making pots, etc. So that creativity is something that needs to be reborn, I think. Most children spend their lives on the phone. That isn't creativity. Creativity is, ain't looking at a phone pressing buttons unless you're writing a poem to upload to YouTube. But you know, that technology has taken away the free thinking element and that communitizing element and that you know, being with other people element. We don't, you know, if you've got Facebook, you don't need to go next door and say hello to your neighbor. You just send them a text. So technology is a weapon of war, really, and it's a war against it's against people coming together. Lockdown. What did lockdown do? It kept people apart. Masks. It stopped people communicating with their mouths just by using an expression like a smile. You know, a smile can heal. You know this. Just a smile can heal somebody.
Yes, it can.
Absolutely. Jesus healed, and he's given us some simple abilities to be able to heal without saying anything. A hug will heal. That's not saying anything. A smile will heal. That's not saying anything. Listening to somebody can heal. That's not saying anything.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
So
thank you so much, Richard. I appreciate you so very much for coming on. You know, it was such a great live, and I'm really happy for it, and just glad that everybody came on here. But I do want to call it a night.
yeah, I understand, Michelle. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm going on 6 hours right now, and
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
I really need to call it a night. But
Yeah, I understand. But 6 hours is a good, and that's been 6. And I missed the first half hour, so I'll go back and watch that. But that's been a 6 hours of good communication as far as I'm concerned.
it was. I thought it was awesome.
You know, well, lovely, beautiful flow.
Yeah, it was. The flow was really awesome. I was really amazed by it.
Yeah.
But I want to thank you. I want to thank Chuck Middleton. I want to thank Dub Wilkinson, Yo Laserbeam, T, Nothing But, J Love, Tanya, Danny, Chuck Middleton. I don't know if I said him, of course. I could go on and on down the list. There was J Love to everybody. Rock, thank you for coming by, Shay. You know, I could go on and on forever. If I've missed your name, you guys know I love you. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate
My pleasure,
you.
yeah. Thank you to you.
Appreciate everybody coming and spending the evening with us. And most of all, I appreciate Michelle.
So anyway, God bless you guys. Keep the faith and hold it close to your heart. Love
Yeah,
you
absolutely.
guys.
Yeah. Love to Dub. Love to you, Michelle. Love to everybody in the chat. I did miss some comments directed at me, and I can only apologise for that.
You know, that's what happens when
I love you all.
going for 6 hours. Love you very much. Love you very much.
God bless.
God bless you guys.
God bless everyone. I'm going to leave you in peace now, Michelle.
And we'll see you next week.
Hopefully, yeah, all being good. All right, my friend.
All right. You have a
God bless you
wonderful
both.
night. God bless you.
You have a wonderful. Well, it's daytime now. It's 23 minutes. 6:23 now. So.
You should be just waking up right now.
Time to get up. Yeah. All right then. Bye. Love you.
Thank you. Good night. God bless.